That was annoying. Alright, YouTube is back up. Back up. Alright, everything should be back up. I don't know what that was about, but we're rolling. We are rolling looking for our shorts. Alright, so I've been on calls. Sorry guys, it's been a busy day at real work. I just can't do anything about it. Except for do it. Do it. So we're waiting for the next rotation up. Now we got to be careful too, because the next rotation up might be the transition to the long. You know, you're only going to do this so many times before the long actually takes and the control EMAs cross back to the long. So right now we're still in the full on short. We're waiting for the pullback of the stochastics, which is fine. And I'm going to work lurker. I'm going to turn that buzzer off, or I'm going to change it to something that's not as like traumatizing. You got to give me a few minutes though, and I'll do that. All right, guys, I got a call. We should be all set. So I'll be back in a few.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. And we're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, after the rally that drove stocks to all-time highs, the major averages struggling for direction today. Micron Technology, which has almost doubled this year, lower despite an upbeat forecast. Micron shares right now down 2.6%. Investors were looking for more. And Oracle seeking to borrow as much as $15 billion from the bond market today. Alibaba unveiling plans to ramp up AI spending past an original $50 billion plus target. So joining some of the other tech leaders pledging ever greater sums for AI. Alibaba, these are the ADRs up right now, 9%. Meantime, Barbara Reinhardt of Voya Investment says, the backdrop for investors does look positive going forward.
Once you get to the beginning of next year, you got the fiscal stimulus boost from the big beautiful bill. You'll have the depreciation write-down for companies. So you're going to have a much bigger fiscal stimulus push once you start to get to the first quarter of 2026.
And new home sales in the U.S. surging in August. Sales of single-family homes increasing to 20.5%. That's an 800,000 annualized rate. A lot of builders reported cutting prices to try to beef up demand. Meantime, the Associated Press says hundreds of federal employees who lost their jobs in Elon Musk's Doge cost-cutting blitz are now being asked to return to work by the General Services Administration. Those who accept have to report by October 6th after essentially getting a 7-month paid vacation. The S&P 500 down 9. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 54. The NASDAQ Composite Index is down right now 39 points. So we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right. Thank you so much, John Tucker. We are live here at the Bloomberg Global Forum. Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu. This event takes place alongside the United Nations General Assembly here in New York. We're bringing together heads of state and business leaders to address the challenges and opportunities in 2025. And our next guest is the chair of IOSCO. It's a preeminent global standard-setting body for securities regulation. Jean-Paul Servais is the chair. And Jean-Paul, I don't know if I did your organization justice by describing it that way. You kind of compared it to a United Nations of securities regulator, which I really like, given that it's United Nations Week.
That's exactly, I would say, the case, except I think that we decide faster, if I may say, okay? But that's right to say that it's a consensus-based organization, so we need everyone. And that's my job, I would say, to be agile and to find what we're used to call in on the nice language Belgium compromise, because I came from Belgium. And the objective is to see how we can reach convergence, because I have the pleasure to work with 130 jurisdictions.
130?
130 jurisdictions, which means, for instance, for the US, of course, the well-known famous US SEC and the famous US CFTC. And it means that altogether we are in charge in various capacity of the supervision of 95% of all the financial market. So what does it mean to have a discussion at IOSCO? It means to have the capacity to deal with global risk, challenges, opportunities for financial markets, for investors. And that's really, I would say, the place to be for that. And I have to say, especially the last year, because we have been able to reach a lot of, I would say, consensus for many important decisions. And that's my job to do that, I would say.
What are some of the key issues that you guys are facing on a global scale as it relates to regulation of markets?
I would say two things. First, cooperation, and also to see, I would say, if we need standards to define, to have good and poor practices, and to see also if there are new risk opportunities, which could be a real problem at global level in order to avoid to have problem about level playing field. Cooperation. I am sure, Paul, that you know Interpol. Okay, Interpol, famous organization. The best, I would say, a channel for information about. Do you know who is ranked number 2?
Who?
IOSCO. Because when we start, I would say, with our well-known MMOU, multi-MMOU, it means capacity to issue information about possible aspects related to cross-border market abuse, insider dating, and other problems related to an infringement, a possible infringement to legislation. At the time, it was 20 years ago, I was already there, but not as chair, as member, I would say. We exchange 56 times a year information. No? This year, 6,000.
Wow.
So if you are not too bad in mathematics, which you can expect from a financial cup, it means more than 160 times more information.
Incredible.
So it means that global markets are positive, I would say, from, I would say, the capacity to attract capital from different jurisdictions, and of course US markets are very attractive for sure, but also the capacity to exchange information for possible infringement. It's about the trust that people must have in our capacity to enforce as supervised. The second one is to exchange information about the trends, I would say. And there are indeed, as you asked me the question a few minutes ago, Paul, there are some new trends, I would say. Some people and more people are expecting a tokenized world, which could mean, I would say, 24 hours in a day trading, 7 days. What does it mean for us? Okay. Do you know, for instance, as well, that in the EU, I would say, we see a shift, I would say, in how and when trading happens on stock market. It means, for instance, that for the time being, this year in the EU, 29% of all, I would say, the trading happens some minutes before the close of the market every day.
The final minutes.
The final minutes, which is, I would say, not a surprise for people specialized like you, but it's more and more the case. So what does it mean about liquidity? That's what we have to deal. It's not only about standards, good practice to say, okay, how do we supervise? What do we have to do, I would say. Second aspect, which is a good news for me, coming from the EU, I would say, John and Mary in the street are more and more investing on the stock exchange. For you in the US with your famous retirement plan 401k, it's normal. I can tell you in other members and other states, of course,
not so much.
It's not so much, but it's increasing. So it means that people have more trust in the capacity of a stock market to attract capital, to invest in real economy. That's a good news, and that's we have to deal with that.
Jean-Paul, that trust in equities, we're starting to see that trust build in crypto. In fact, more trust in crypto and digital assets.
Yeah.
what does the speed of the U.S.'s regulatory agencies on crypto mean for IOSCO?
Very fast, which is a good news because by definition, I would say crypto asset, it's a dynamic market. And when you have a dynamic market, regulators must be dynamic. And that's what we are doing with the support of Paul Atkins. I had the pleasure to welcome Paul for a very useful meeting 2 weeks ago in Brussels. He traveled a lot in Brussels and he decided to come to Brussels. It was very useful because we know that the SEC and of course the CFTC are involved. There are many new developments in the US, a new executive order, a push for new legislation, new initiative taken by the DCT in order to define, I would say, what they mean about crypto products. We already had some initiative at IOSCO level. We endorsed 3 years ago a kind of toolkit for the sake of supervision of cross-border, I would say, crypto asset provider, because which is something rather unique. You have, I would say, on the one hand, non-specialized investor, John and Mary Industry, and you have a very specialized, I would say, manager. So how to avoid, I would say, some market development problems is to ensure, because by definition it's a cross-border business and opportunity, therefore we decide to launch a toolkit which is used by many jurisdictions, and not only jurisdiction, but also the IMF is now working with our toolkit in order to be used for cross-border inspection. So it means a win-win approach, I would say.
Jean-Paul, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Jean-Paul Servet, he is the IOSCO chair, joining us live here in the Bloomberg Global Forum at the very nice Plaza Hotel in Midtown.
The historic Plaza Hotel.
Historic, absolutely. So we enjoy being here. We had some having some great guests here this morning. Continue broadcasting later on as well. Looking at the markets, just not much happening out there. We'll call it quiet. Tom Keene likes to call it quiescent. I'll go with that. A little bit of quiescent. We got the S&P down 16, the Dow down 88, and the NASDAQ down 79 points. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we are live at the Bloomberg Global Forum taking place in Midtown Manhattan at the Plaza Hotel alongside the United Nations General Assembly in New York. Now, last night, Jimmy Kimmel returned to television a week after the show was suspended by ABC. The late night host said, quote, "It was never my intention to make light of the death of a young man. He did receive a warm reception from the audience." Kimmel made an impassioned case for free speech. He poked fun at President Donald Trump and the FCC chairman Brendan Carr. He also said that pressuring affiliates to take his show off the air, quote, is not legal and, quote, is not American.
This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this. Yeah.
All right, that was Jimmy Kimmel last night on his return to TV. What does this mean for the ABC television network? What does it mean for the Walt Disney Company that owns ABC? Let's check in with Geetha Ranganathan. She's the media analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. She's based down there in Princeton. Hey, Geetha, this late night, does it mean anything for the networks anymore? Do they make any money there?
They don't make a whole lot of money, Paul, not anymore. It used to be that, late night television would bring in a lot of ratings, would bring in a lot of ad dollars. That has really changed. We've seen linear TV kind of hemorrhage viewers now over so many years, and late night is no exception. So if you just kind of look at, Jimmy Kimmel's show, for instance, it generates roughly about $50 million in ad revenue. Compare that to a few years ago when it used to generate close to about 150 million. So definitely ad revenue going down.
Wow.
And most of these late night shows are losing money, just given the programming budget for these shows. So not really a needle mover in a financial sense for Disney.
Okay, but in a cultural sense, it is, because these are shows that define the networks. And so thank you for putting numbers to that, because I think there's a lot of concern or skepticism from certain corners of American communities that question whether Stephen Colbert's show should have been canceled for financial reasons, as CBS asserts it was. Geetha, is ABC going to pay some kind of price for allowing Kimmel to go back on air? Because the president, for instance, alluded to making more money off the company for doing so.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, we've seen President Trump kind of go after, the broadcast networks, threaten to kind of revoke licenses. So he goes after anybody. He uses his power, the courts, to attack anybody who says anything unflattering about him. So that's, definitely possible. From a Disney perspective, though, you have to remember this is a very, very diversified company. So yes, ABC is definitely a very important asset. But again, if we put some numbers around this, Scarlett, it makes up only about, they generate, Disney itself generates about 90 to $100 billion in revenue every year. ABC is about 5 to 6 billion in revenue. So it's just about 5% for the company. So again, small potatoes in the context of the company's financials. But yes, you bring up a very important point about culture wars. Unfortunately, I think Disney is in a losing position whichever way, because they're either going to anger, the conservatives or the other end of the spectrum. So it's just tough.
Yeah.
Hey, Geetha, I noted that two of the big TV station groups out there, Sinclair Broadcast Group and Nexstar, they are still not airing Jimmy Kimmel. What's the latest there? Can they do that, or is there affiliation agreement with the ABC network that no, you got to cover it, you got to carry it?
So the FCC does allow, broadcast affiliate groups like Nexstar and Sinclair to preempt certain programming if it deems fit. So from a legal standpoint, yes, they are allowed to do that. Again, we're not sure of the exact contractual language between Disney or Nexstar or Sinclair. So again, not sure how long that's going to drag out. Disney is a very important partner for both Nexstar and Sinclair. But remember, there's much more here at stake than just Disney's affiliation agreement. Nexstar is in the midst of a $6.2 billion deal to acquire Tegna, which is another broadcaster.
Oh, yeah.
They do need the FCC's blessing, and so they're kind of trying to really please the FCC here, if you will, to kind of get a green light on that deal. Sinclair, again, a similar situation. There's a whole wave of broadcast consolidation that's supposed to happen, and they all want to be on the FCC's right side.
Very quickly, Geeta, in the days following Kimmel's suspension, a number of people canceled or threatened to cancel their Disney Plus streaming services. Do we have a sense that this might get kind of noisy when it comes to the earnings reports and the streaming numbers and subscriptions?
I mean, we've seen this kind of backlash before happen, in the case of certain programming and with Netflix, with other streaming services. Typically, we haven't really seen it reflected in the numbers, even though there's a lot of noise around it. So yes, maybe a little bit of up and down, but I don't think it'll have, again, any big needle-moving effect on the Disney Plus subscriber numbers.
All right, Geeta, while we got you here, I have to ask, do we have any news on succession to Bob Iger?
Not yet. Not yet, Paul. I mean, that's the biggest question always for Disney. He is supposed to retire by the end of 2026. There is a lot of rumblings that it might be somebody internal. We keep hearing about Dana Walden. Of course, nothing certain just yet.
All right. Just thought I'd ask. You never know.
It's like asking when Jamie Dimon's going to retire.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's
There's
exactly
no
right.
answer.
All right, Geeta, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Geeta Ranganathan, she covers all the media stocks for Bloomberg Intelligence. So that wraps it up for us here today.
I think we're done here today.
I think we're done here. We're at the Plaza Hotel, Bloomberg Global Forum. Lots of people here.
Yeah. As I mentioned, Hank Paulson on the stage when I walked in. I can't wait to see who's on the stage when I walk out.
I just took a little walk. I saw Mike Bloomberg was there. So
there you go.
There you go. So it's
royalty all around.
All around. All right. So that wraps it up for Scarlett and myself. Balance of Power, that's coming up in just moments. And then Kara Master will be here. Tim Stenovic, Bloomberg Business Week. That's coming up.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. At least 2 detainees were shot and killed, another wounded in an attack this morning at an ICE facility in Dallas. Authorities say the shooter, who fired from a nearby roof, died of a self-inflicted wound. The FBI's Joseph Rothrock.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong.
CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland.
There is significant concern that there are vulnerabilities at federal buildings that simply can't be patched over right now with the current manpower and with the amount of money that's given to federal security.
Ukraine's President Zelensky told the UN General Assembly this morning that action has to be taken to stop Russia now because Vladimir Putin wants to expand war in Europe.
The facts are simple. Stopping this war now, and with it, the global arms race is cheaper than building underground kindergartens or massive bunkers for critical infrastructure later.
In his UN speech, Iran's president blasted Israeli and U.S. attacks in June, saying they inflicted a grievous blow on international trust and prospects for peace in the region. Correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti has more on Jimmy Kimmel's first night back on TV after a suspension.
Greeted by chants and a lengthy standing ovation, it was a triumphant return for late-night host Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm happy to be here tonight with you.
An emotional Kimmel took the stage for the first time since his nearly week-long suspension following comments he made about the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
And it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
On the Health Watch today, doctors are hailing a new gene therapy that's the first successful treatment for Huntington's disease.
Jack May Davis watched his father die from Huntington's disease and carries the gene himself, but a new gene therapy gives him hope.
It does make the future seem a little bit brighter.
Huntington's disease kills brain cells, and it's normally fatal within 2 decades. But researchers say a new gene therapy treatment slowed the illness in 75% of patients, infusing a new piece of DNA, which turns neurons into a factory that permanently reduces a toxic protein in the brain. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 161 points. The S&P and NASDAQ are trading lower. This is CBS News. art sleuths have uncovered something that dates way back.
Researchers at Amsterdam's Rijksmuseum say they've solved a centuries-old mystery. They now believe a dog in the shadows of Rembrandt's 1642 masterpiece, The Night Watch, was inspired by a drawing by another artist or copied from an engraving by yet another, or the title page of a book. A quick look at all three proves they're almost identical. The museum's director says the celebrated painter had a huge print collection, studied his predecessors, and borrowed from them as well. The remaining mystery, exactly what kind of dog it is. Pedigrees didn't exist in the 17th century. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The bipartisan group planning the nation's 250th birthday celebrations has fired its Trump-appointed executive director for what's been called breaches of authority and trust. Ari Abergel called the allegations of misconduct malicious lies. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
It must have been a good meeting. Welcome to the Wednesday edition as President Trump pulls an about-face on the war in Ukraine, saying that Kyiv is now in a position to win all of the territory back that it has lost to Russia following his meeting yesterday with President Zelensky. We're going to get the latest on this from Bloomberg's Michelle Giamrisco. She's with us here in the nation's capital. 1 week now to a possible government shutdown. It would be a week from today, and we're going to get a reality check from Terry Haynes coming up at Pangea Policy. As Jimmy Kimmel makes his big return to late-night TV, we'll play that to the panel. With us today, Bloomberg Politics contributor, our Democratic analyst, Jeannie Shanzano, alongside Republican strategist Maura Gillespie at Blue Stack Strategies. Mario Parker's along for the ride, and we'll have a lot more after we check Wall Street. Let's start with the markets right now. Charlie Pellet has the latest at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew, and happy Wednesday. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all very much in the red right now. Stocks keep showing signs of fatigue after that massive rally that had us at records. Right now, a retreat from those levels, down 0.4% on the S&P. We're down 29 now. It's 66.27. Right now, the Dow down 153, decline there of 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.6%, and our Mag 7 Index lower by 0.4%. The 10-year 4.13%, with the 2-year 3.59%. Gold down $19 the ounce, down 0.5%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 64.62 for a barrel of WTI. Keeping an eye on Alibaba shares, they are surging now by 8.7%. The ADRs, they're up after the company said it's going to spend more than a previous 3-year investment budget of AI infrastructure, just as investors turn more positive on its push into the technology. Company also announcing a software partnership with NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares down today by 1.4%, but Alibaba up by just about 8.7%. Jimmy Kimmel back on Disney's ABC. Disney shares right now, they are trading higher, up now by just about 1.1%. We'll have a whole lot more on Jimmy Kimmel and Disney coming up in just a moment right here on Balance of Power. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, big day in New York, and we'll have a lot more from World Headquarters coming up here. Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street, and he'll have more in about 15 minutes as we track the Wednesday trade. Yes, you're halfway through the week. Thank you for being with us on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. You're on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, channel 121 at Sirius XM. And, of course, you can always watch the radio on TV. Find us on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. And it's a good day to be on the stream today, also on Bloomberg Originals, because we've got a lot of programming coming from the Plaza and the Global Business Forum that Bloomberg is conducting in New York City. You can see all of our shows, pause them, back them up, including this one, live from Washington. It's good to have you along here. With me is Mario Parker, with us here, of course, at Bloomberg's Washington Bureau, spending the week with us here on hour one of Balance of Power. And Mario, we heard from Volodymyr Zelensky following the post on Truth Social last night. I'm not sure he could believe what he read any more than the rest of us.
One of the things that I appreciate about Zelensky is the candor that he has, right? One of the things he as we say in Chicago, he keeps it real.
Yes, indeed.
And so when he was asked last night whether or not he was surprised, there was no way getting around it. He was quite surprised about President Trump's turnabout on his chances for winning this war against Russia.
Yeah, well, so Mario uses the term turnabout. I said about face. I think they're both pretty accurate here, right? I mean, based on the language that we've heard from Donald Trump on this front. He writes on Truth Social, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, as opposed to the United States, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, the original borders, he says, from where this war started is very much an option. He calls Russia a paper tiger, and then says Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form, and who knows, maybe even go further than that, exclamation point. Unclear what he meant by that. But indeed, President Zelensky asked on Fox last evening about this post. Here's what he said.
So we understand now that we are ready to finish this war as quick as possible. And he wants, and I want, and our people want. But he understands that Putin doesn't want, and he understands that he is not winning, but he says to everybody that he will win. And I see very... It was a little bit surprise for me. You're right. I was very positive signals from the side that Trump and America will be with us to the end of the war.
Get to spend some time with Michelle Jamrisko, who's reporting on this as Bloomberg White House and National Security Editor, and with us at the desk today in Washington. Michelle, it's great to see you. I'm not sure what to ask here other than who did President Trump speak to last? It was Volodymyr Zelensky.
Well, you're right, Joe, and that is one lesson that we've learned over the years from President Trump is just that. You know, who do you speak to last kind of dictates what his actions might be. But even more core to his sort of art of the deal and classic deal making is this idea that he wants to be unpredictable. He's obsessed with being unpredictable to gain leverage in these sorts of negotiations across the board. So in this particular case, I think we have to acknowledge that, even while forgiving the shock and irony of the situation and the reactions of people like President Zelensky, but everyone who has been watching this issue so closely, it was a 180, a turnabout, about face, completely from where he has been, where he was saying Ukraine is in a position to lose this war, you have to give in his attempts to bring the two together as the self-proclaimed president of peace. But now he's doing the opposite, and I think one of the key takeaways from that post is that he needs to, he feels he needs to kind of diminish Russia at this point. This is a leader in Vladimir Putin has embarrassed Trump in some ways, has disappointed him, as he has said publicly. So now he's turning around and saying, look, your economy is in shambles, you're in no position to win this war. And shockingly, you know, Ukraine would have all the leverage here to gain territory even on the 2022 level. So it is very jarring. And at the same time, it is kind of classic Trump in what he's trying to do to kind of regain possession of this sort of negotiation between the two countries.
And Michelle, you make a great point. I mean, 6 weeks ago, the president was hosting Vladimir Putin in Alaska, American soil, right? I mean, how do the Europeans kind of view this as do they feel as though that Trump is trying to save face at this point? Are they seeing it as frustration, or are they seeing it as just some gamesmanship?
Yeah, and that was some other shocking news at the time, right? That Trump was kind of cozying up to Putin, as his critics would have said, while the White House was defending that he wants to listen to both sides and, you know, kind of try to bring these two countries back together, or at least resolve the war. Yeah, to your point, I mean, you saw what President Zelensky said. I think Europeans of all countries are kind of perplexed by the post yesterday and Trump's latest reaction to it. I think they've acknowledged that he is someone who's unpredictable and that they need to keep pushing their line to get the support they need. I think the two big questions coming out of yesterday, and especially Trump's meeting with Zelensky, are on the security guarantees and on the sanctions. So you have U.S. Pledging under Trump to continue forward with secondary sanctions as long as Europe takes the lead. And so this is so key to both that post and to what Trump has been saying over the 24 hours, the last 24 hours is, you know, he is willing to continue providing support to NATO, continue backing them in what they want to do in the war on Ukraine, but he's not getting U.S. involved anymore. He doesn't want to directly supply, our own own personnel, and he's not going to have the U.S. lead any effort in terms of military operations or anything
Well, that's very
else.
much worth pointing out. I mean, we've come a long way from you don't have the cards. We've come a long way from the Putin ride in the beast.
Right.
But it's not like we're talking about a new weapons package here in Washington, even if it could be passed. The president writes on Truth Social here, Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. Does he mean militarily or something more broadly?
I think he's intentionally vague there, just as he's intentionally vague throughout these explanations. I think the other thing that, I was going to say, in secondary to the secondary sanctions, the second thing that is still an open question is on the security guarantees. Europe has so badly, and Ukraine especially, has so badly wanted the U.S. assurance that they will provide, that U.S. will provide security guarantees once the war is over. And that has been a very sticky question and of course, a non-starter for Putin in those talks. So as to your specific, point about the economic implications and his talking down the Russian economy, I mean, we'll have to see where that goes from there. But, certainly on the military side, Trump also de facto gave his blessing for NATO members to shoot down Russian aircraft in their airspace. So while also saying we're not going to do it ourselves, or at least, under certain circumstances we would provide support, but leaving that very vague to your point as well.
And Michelle, you make a good point. I mean, how much is Putin kind of testing the resilience of NATO or the U.S. commitment to NATO, right?
For sure. That's such a big risk, Mark. I mean, and we heard from other European leaders over the past 24 hours, talking about, the Russian airspace question or the Russian aircraft in their airspace question and what to do about it. You have, a very divisive NATO on this issue right now, and that's exactly what Russia has wanted, right? So I think the Germans have been, warning. This is, German Defense Minister Pistorius called it an escalation trap that Russia has set in terms of getting all these NATO countries fired up about being ready to go on the offensive if Russian aircraft invade their airspace. But then you have others on the other side. You have Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland kind of in the middle on this, but all talking about, we have the right to do so. If this happens again like it did in Poland and in Estonia, then we're going to shoot down these planes, and we should shoot down these planes. And then you have Trump saying, go for it. Good luck to you.
We ran that past the president of Latvia on the program yesterday. He was with us as that headline broke from the UN and didn't endorse the idea of shooting down Russian jets, but said we must give a show of force.
Yes.
And that could take on a lot of different forms, I suspect, in the weeks ahead. We've got about a minute left, Michelle. Do posts like these and this new mindset from President Trump encourage Putin to keep pushing that line? Should Estonia, should Poland be on guard?
I think we can expect from the Kremlin what we've heard in reaction to the post, more of the same, which is they're denying, of course, that these airspace incidents ever happened, or at least under the terms that the Europeans have said. So what part of what the Germans are warning is that if this happens again, if NATO shoots down some Russian aircraft, then the Russians will have some leverage in saying, what happened here? Like, this didn't happen. You shot us down. This was innocent. Or, they'll tell a different reality. And in some ways, they might feel like they have the moral high ground to then point the finger at NATO and say, you're being on the offensive. What's going on? So it could play out in a very sticky way if we go forward in the way that some of the European leaders are talking about.
It's really remarkable stuff. Russia has a long history of playing with borders and international airspace. Our territory, as our pilots know, up and around Alaska. We've been doing this for a lot of years. Michelle Jamrisco, thank you so much as ever for your insights. As UNGA Week continues, the United Nations General Assembly with some important speeches today. The government shutdown next on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lows of the day right now on the S&P at 6630. We do have the S&P down 26, decline there of 0.4%. Stocks are resuming their decline as gains driven by renewed pledges of spending and artificial intelligence are fading. Right now, we've got the Dow down 126, down 0.3%. NASDAQ down 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.6%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down by 0.7%. 10-year at 4.14%, with a 2-year 3.59%. Gold retreating $21 the ounce, pulling back from yesterday's record, $37.42, now down 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2%, $64.70 for a barrel of WTI. Home builder shares are higher. New home sales in the U.S. unexpectedly surged over 20% in August, for the fastest pace since early 2022, likely lifted by builders' rampant price cuts and sales incentives to motivate buyers in a jittery economy. Among home building names right now, D.R. Horton up 0.4%, Toll, the luxury home builder, up 1.1%, Lennar up 1.8%, Pulte Home up by 1.2%. Again, recapping, stocks lower, very close to session lows right now, with the S&P down 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Mario Parker and Joe Matthew.
I do appreciate it. Charlie Pellet, as ever. Charlie will have more in about 20 minutes here as we watch Wall Street covering politics all at once here in Washington. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, because you're going to want to see and listen to Terry Haynes when he joins us in a moment. Yes, with me in Washington is Mario Parker. And Mario, the Democratic leader in the House, is calling out another taco. Hakeem Jeffries on X, Trump always chickens out. He says Donald Trump just canceled a high-stakes meeting in the Oval Office with myself and Leader Schumer. Remembering, of course, as we told you yesterday, they were supposed to meet on Thursday. This was supposedly on the books.
Yes, absolutely. You're seeing the frustration here from Schumer and Jeffries now as well, invoking the taco jive that Trump hates.
Not sure that applies in this case, does it?
Not sure it applies in this case, but they want a meeting, right?
Yeah,
and then
course.
they know on the other side that Mike Johnson and John Thune are both working the president to not have a meeting with them, as to not undercut some of the leverage that they think that they have with against Democrats right now.
Yeah, well, he took it to Morning Joe. An open-collared Minority Leader Schumer. Here's what he said on MSNBC.
We know how bad it is. And we're asking something very simple, Joe, for the president to sit down and talk with us. You know, he's not the king. He can't just dictate what happened. He said he doesn't need Democrats. Well, then he doesn't know how to count, because there are 60 votes in this Senate that you need to pass this, and he's got 53.
Little background, remembering that Republicans in the House did pass the clean CR. It went to the Senate. It failed. There was another Democratic version that failed too. Now, senators are going to be back with 2 days to go. The trouble here is the House will not be back until after the government would be shut down. And by the way, that's a week from today. We could be talking to Terry Haynes 1 week from today as Russ Vought starts to decide what is essential and what is not. And he's with us right now. The founder of Pangea Policy. It takes an act of Congress to get him on this broadcast, because he's on every other broadcast on Bloomberg. But we got our hooks in Terry today. It's great to have you back, Terry Haynes, and good to see you. Are you in the camp that this is unavoidable at this point? You've seen this movie a lot of times before. Could somebody pull something out of the fire?
Joe, it's always a pleasure. And really, particularly, and Mario, good afternoon. Somebody might be able to pull something out of the fire, but let me say two things about where this is going. One is that it's in both parties' interest to have a performative shutdown. I think probably short. Schumer got a lot of grief the last time out for not taking Trump on more, and the base is demanding some sort of demonstration against bad orange man. So I think they probably get one. On Trump's side, not only is it kind of Republicans want what they want, number one. But number two, for markets, it's in Trump's and Republicans' interest to remind everybody just whose fault the debt and deficit are, pin that particular tail on the Democratic donkey. And so they'll try to do that. But the Schumer's rhetoric, I think, masks just how modest their ask is. The ask is pretty modest, and it has to do with the premium levels under Obamacare and putting them in this particular bill. Republicans have indicated they might be willing to compromise on that issue, but they don't want it in a temporary spending bill. So now all we're talking about really is, who's going to nod at who and say they won something. And Democrats are kind of desperate to say they won anything. They pitched the whole Kimmel reinstatement as a win for them, even though they really didn't have anything to do with it. So any kind of nod, they're going to say to people, well, you know what, we looked Bad Orange Man in the eye and got him to do something on this. In reality, they're going to fight about, Republicans and Democrats are going to fight about spending for months to come. And it is not at all uncommon to have spending bills go on until, January, February, even March. The final thing I will say before I stop this filibuster is that the concerns about debt and deficit in the markets are real. They'll get stoked a little bit, but markets have now discovered tariffs are their friend, and tariff revenues specifically are their friend. So, even that gets mitigated a little bit. So I think we're in for a shutdown, but not a long one.
Thanks so much for joining us, Harry. Really appreciate it. And just to piggyback off of what you said, how much economic pain would there be if there's, say, a 4 or 5 day shutdown? Maybe if it extends even to this game of chicken, it extends for a couple of weeks. Is there a risk there for Republicans and the president that voters will be pretty angry about this at all from an economic aspect?
I think, Mario, from the economic aspect, two things. One is on the actual economics. What ends up happening is, it's well known that shutdowns are economically inefficient, just meaning it costs the government more to shut down in some cases than it does to keep it open. So there's that. Beyond that, though, I think this looks largely to markets and I think to the broader public, like the usual kabuki theater that goes on around spending this time of year. Both parties are playing to their purist bases, so both sides will end up thinking and get those purist bases will get fed the information that they got particular wins one way or the other, and life will go on. Or in this case, it'll totter on for I think probably weeks and months to come. What I would look at is the kind of the year-end traditional defense authorization and defense spending bills as kind of a trigger for a broader deal, but I don't think a final deal happens much before then.
Interesting. Well, we could have a couple of different outcomes here, it seems. Republicans, the line that we've been getting on this program, Terry, and you're very kind to watch and listen sometimes, is that, hey, number one, this is a Biden budget. We're only asking you to continue what was passed under the previous president. And also, a policy matter to be debated in December should have nothing to do with a funding emergency that we're dealing with in September. Do you have an ear on Republicans' messaging here? Does that matter to voters?
You're absolutely right about what they've said on the program, and those are the talking points. And does that matter to voters? I think not a lot. Voters tend to look at this kind of stuff in primary colors more than anything else. And it is, is the government spending more, or the government spending less? Are my priorities being dealt with? And what ends up happening in, shutdown or no, every single year is that what you end up with is a status quo on government spending. It adjusts upwards, by inflation or even less than inflation, 1.5%, something like that. And you've got, this year you'll have more than the usual upticks in defense spending, but you're also going to have a situation where domestic spending remains largely intact and largely, the same number. So, both sides will fight to a draw as they always do.
You know, it's interesting, Mario. We've talked so much about Russ Vought and whether this is in his playbook. There is at least a theory that the White House is hoping for this shutdown.
That was exactly the point I was looking to speak with Terry about in that point, Joe. Just the fact that what makes this shutdown a bit different than the ones we've seen before is this fight for impoundment that we've seen taking place with Congress, DOGE earlier this year, and we know that the calculation that Schumer made earlier this year, part of the reason that he didn't fight through was because he was worried about federal workers.
Yes, right.
He was worried about the president's ability to kind of impound funds, if you will, pick and choose what's essential for the government.
When the threat could actually be greater now. Do you buy into this theory, Terry?
In what sense? In the theory that Vought's interested in testing impoundment?
That Vought's, well, yes, but also has a playbook here. And if the government shuts down, the Trump administration is now in control of what is essential and what is not, and will use that power in a way that we've not seen before.
I think both of those are true. Frankly, they have things that they want to roll out and things that they want to test. And all I'll say is, I think the administration is absolutely wrong on the whole impoundment matter and the idea that the president can, essentially line item things out. I use that not in a strict legal sense, but kind of a general sense. The reason why is because the president's power under the Constitution is not just to negotiate with Congress about spending bills, but to actually veto the spending bills if he doesn't want them. I mean, that's the president's power. The president can say to Congress, look, I'm against the bill, and presidents do this all the time. I'm against the spending bill that you're putting in front of me or spending bills in front of me for these 5 or 10 reasons, and I'm going to veto it and send it back, and we're all going to negotiate and have a resolution or not. And to come at this, to have the president sign something. I know this is not strictly the situation you asked me about, but to have the president sign spending bills of any kind and then pick and choose what it is that he's allowed to enforce or not is, I think, an untenable situation for them constitutionally.
And Terry, just looking ahead to next November, it's a little bit over a year out, of course. But does this factor into the midterms at all?
No, and as far as the midterms go today, I think we don't know a damn thing. Firstly, secondly, on and majorities. I always tell people majorities don't equal control. Those words, the word control tends to get slopped around a lot. But if you got a tiny majority in the House or the Senate, they're majorities, all right, as you can see today, but they're not control, as Leader Schumer points out. Republicans can't just do anything they want in the Senate with 53 seats. So, you got a situation here where even their tiny majorities flip over as they might. That doesn't equal control. Secondly, and lastly, this idea that Democrats have it all over Republicans these days is not true on the major issues, whether you look at the economy, immigration, or crime.
Yeah. Terry, it's great to have you back. We'll go back to Congress to see if Terry will return. From Pangea Policy, Terry Haynes, only here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The U.S. is lowering tariffs on auto imports from the European Union to 15%, retroactive to August 1st, as part of the Framework Trade Agreement. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all declining right now. Stocks are resuming a decline as gains driven by renewed pledges of spending in AI are fading. Right now, the S&P down 21, 66.35 where we stand, down 0.3%. The Dow right now down 80. That is a drop of 0.2%, while NASDAQ is down 103. For NASDAQ, a decline of 0.5%. The 10-year at 4.13%, with the 2-year 3.59%. Spot gold down $25 the ounce, pulling back from a record 37.38, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, 64.73 per barrel of WTI. You recall yesterday, Fed Chair Jay Powell would not commit to supporting another rate cut next month in his latest comments on central bank policy. He said both inflation and the labor market face risks. Now interviewed on Fox Business this morning, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the Fed should not be waiting.
Clearly, the Federal Reserve has been too high for too long, and we're going into an easing cycle here. And I'm not sure why Chair Powell has backed up a bit here.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, interviewed on Fox Business, also saying he has more interviews with Fed Chair candidates next week. He says one or two have surprised him, but he didn't name names. Copper prices are jumping the most in more than 5 months after Freeport-McMoRan declared a force majeure on contracted supplies from its Grasberg mine in Indonesia. There was a deadly accident there that killed 2 workers. Right now, we do have copper surging by 3.4%. Freeport-McMoRan plunging 13.4%, but other copper producers, other mining companies are rallying. ADRs of Glencore up now by 2.9%. Teck Resources up by 5.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Mario Parker.
All right, Charlie Pellet, we thank you as ever. With us live from World Headquarters in New York. Charlie will have more at the top of the hour, 1 p.m., when we begin the second hour of Balance of Power. Welcome our global television audience to the conversation with his eyes on Wall Street for us always. A lot of eyes were on late-night TV last evening, maybe more than usual, as Jimmy Kimmel made his return to the airwaves. Mario Parker, we didn't watch it live here in Washington because it wasn't on. There was no chance that President Trump was going to walk by a TV in the White House residence and see Jimmy Kimmel last evening. ABC's affiliate here, Channel 7, is owned by Sinclair, which is one of the 2 companies, the 2 station owners, that decided to not go the way of the network and keep Kimmel off the air. They've been putting up their own alternate news programming last week or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess I would imagine I'm not the only American that wanted to tune in last night, but on the other side, was happy to get to bed at a decent
Well,
hour.
you know, yeah, luckily we can watch things back the next morning because I can't remember the last time I was up at 11:30 on a weeknight. Jimmy Kimmel Live, he was there, by the way. There were questions about whether Jimmy Kimmel would show up on Jimmy Kimmel Live. That wasn't a sleight of hand. He did show up. He did not apologize, but he said this.
And the truth is, I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't...
Pretty remarkable to hear him get choked up at that point last evening. You can watch the monologue all over social media. It's pretty easy to find. And we wanted to spend some time with our panel on this. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Of course, Jeannie is with us on most days and was with us surrounding the killing of Charlie Kirk and the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel. Also with us, as you can see on YouTube, is Republican strategist Maura Gillespie from Blue Stack Strategies. And Maura was with us the night that Charlie Kirk was shot dead. It was the late edition of Balance of Power. And I think, I don't know, Maura, we were maybe an hour or 2 off the news. And we were all struck, and I heard from a lot of people in our audience about the way you spoke to that situation, that terrible tragedy that evening, Maura. And so I want to start with you here and just get a sense of where your head and your heart is now that Kimmel's back on the air. Did you see it last night? How did he do?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. You know, I heard from a lot of people as well from that interview, and just how we talked about it and how we talk about one another and to one another. And I think what last night, I didn't watch it in real time like the two of you. I was already in bed. But I think that how it reminded us that he's also a human and we are human beings. And when we stop looking at each other as human beings, that's where things go awry. And I think that that's one of the biggest takeaways, is that he had real emotion. And I'm sure he couldn't fathom that people thought he was really being that cavalier about something so gruesome and horrific. And I really appreciated that he brought up what Erica Kirk said during Sunday night's memorial service, where she forgave the person who shot and killed her husband and encouraged his viewers to be more like that, and to take a little bit more of a step back from the vitriol and to remember humanity and human beings, and just that grace that we have really, really lost in a lot of the conversations we have behind screens.
Thank you, Maura, for that. Just try to get a sense, one of the issues, obviously, that has sprouted out of this is just the issue of free speech as well. Where do you kind of see that conversation going, especially now that Kimmel has returned to air, at least on ABC, notwithstanding some of the affiliates?
Right, and I think that what happened with the president's True Social post and talking about Jimmy Kimmel, one, I find that to be just terribly embarrassing for us as a country. But if it's true that he lost all those viewers and that his ratings are terrible, then why does the president care so much? And I think that ABC and Sinclair, they're making a business decision. But is it being impacted by the bully pulpit that the president is using? And that becomes a constitutional line that's being crossed. And again, the focus of this obsession about having a vendetta against people who say mean things about him. Listen, we understand that most of the mainstream media is liberal. Okay, well, your viewers probably aren't watching it. And why does he care so much about that instead of housing costs and grocery costs and things that I would hope that he would be more focused on, as opposed to his personal use of the Oval Office to target people who he feels have been unkind to him. It's just, it's a sad moment to watch that play out in the face of the grace and the forgiveness that we watched from Erica Kirk, and to see the president go like this. It's just, to me, it's a sad state of affairs for us.
Well, Kimmel did get into the matter of free speech in his monologue. Let's get a taste of that part of what he said.
I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with comedians and talk show hosts from countries like Russia, countries in the Middle East, who tell me they would get thrown in prison for making fun of those in power, and worse than being thrown in prison. They know how lucky we are here. Our freedom to speak is what they admire most about this country.
Jeannie, let's bring you in here. Of course, we heard from the FCC chair, Brendan Carr, recently, who made the statement, we can do this the hard way or the easy way, which precipitated Kimmel from coming off the air. I think it was Chris Christie on Sunday morning television who described that as something you might hear from a couple of guys on a wiretap in Hoboken. But also last evening with Kimmel showed up Robert De Niro, and he's doing the whole sort of gangster routine, and said, "Sticks and stones can break your bones." Kimmel prodded him to finish the statement, that words can never hurt you. He said, "They can hurt you now." Is he right?
Well, just a half hour or an hour before Kimmel came on last night, President Trump was on Truth Social, and he once again said, let's see if I go after ABC again. I can't believe they brought him back. And so I don't think this was over. This is over. It was a good moment for the First Amendment last night, but with the president egging on the FCC chair and threatening more lawsuits, as he's wont to do, it doesn't seem like this thing is over. And I think that that is very concerning for everybody. And I do applaud Ted Cruz. I applaud Tulsi Gabbard, Mitch McConnell, and Rand Paul, some of the Republicans who stood up in defense of the First Amendment.
And Jenny, just through a purely political lens here, Adam Schiff and a number of senators this morning sent a letter to FCC's CAR demanding answers about his involvement in this whole incident. Is this something that galvanizes voters? Does this draw attention to constitutional norms and laws as well? Do you see this playing out? Do you see this galvanizing Democrats? Do you see this galvanizing even independents?
Yeah, I think it galvanizes Democrats, particularly in the base. But I also think this is a fight the president wants to have. He knows exactly what he's doing. He wants to distract attention from the real issues that we should be talking about. A government shutting down in 6 days, an economy that is not doing well, costs that are up, healthcare costs that threaten to go up even further. He doesn't want to talk about that. Instead, he wants to fight with the media because it is a boogeyman that he likes to take on, and it galvanizes his base.
Order
so
submit.
As much as
Order
I think
filled.
this can galvanize both of the bases, I don't think it's what Democrats or Republicans, quite frankly, should be focusing on. We should be talking about issues that people care about because it concerns their lives. And that is something the president is not wanting to do right now.
Curious your thoughts on the president's post here, Maura. On Truth Social, I think this is actually even before Kimmel got on the air. I can't believe ABC fake news gave Kimmel his job back, he says. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. And I'll stop right there because we had never heard that. This was supposed to be an indefinite suspension. Something he says happened between then and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there. But when you skip down here, he says, I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Jeannie was referring to it. Let's see how we do, he says. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. What's the president talking about here? Is there another lawsuit coming? Do you see this as intimidation? What do we call it?
Well, and that's where I'm wondering, is this, crossing a constitutional line about using his platform, his megaphone, the power of the Oval Office for personal use, for personal vendettas? And again, to the point, talking about grocery costs and housing costs and just the cost of living here in this country, how is his attacks and his obsession really with people in the media, especially these late night hosts, his obsession with getting after them and going after them and making money off of his attacks, how is that helping anyone of us? How is that helping his supporters? Because again, as I mentioned before, I don't think that his supporters, his strongholds of MAGA, supporters are watching Jimmy Kimmel. So what does this impact our daily lives? It doesn't. And it's really just an ego trip. And unfortunately, we're watching that watching the president of the United States use his time, his capital, and the power of the presidency to go after people. And I find that to be, a problem, not only for just politically speaking, but for constitutionally speaking, it's a problem.
Maura, how surprised? There have been a handful of Republicans who have spoken out about this. Again, we mentioned Ted Cruz, for example. But how surprising is the 180 turn on this subject in particular with free speech, just given the president's speech at his inauguration earlier this year, just a conservative stance on free speech. How surprising is it that there hasn't been just this groundswell of voices to speak out from that side as well?
I think anytime that the president does something that is, pretty, I'd say, objectively egregious, you do have a handful of people who say, oh, that's problematic, but not enough that it makes, because again, we're in election cycle almost every other year. House members especially, they are constantly looking towards their reelection with a 2-year term. And so how much they want to push against Trump. And I remember from even during his first term, if we responded and reacted to every single thing that the president said, did, tweeted, posted, whatever it may be, that was a full-time job that no one could achieve and could keep up with. It was just really hard to keep up with it. So they have to choose when they're going to stick their head out and say, that's a problem. I see that being, not constitutional, or I see it being a problem long-term, big picture, when the tides have turned and we may not appreciate what you're saying now because it may come back to bite us in the, bite us. So I think that that's part of the problem here, is that members are cautious because they have to think about re-election, but also it's just too much to combat any given day.
And Jeannie, just going back to you, I mean, how does Chuck Schumer, is he running a risk here? He and Schiff and other Democrats, are they running a risk here of just staying on this issue?
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
It was the about face heard around the world. Welcome to the Wednesday edition as President Trump changes his tune on the war in Ukraine, saying that Kyiv is now in position to retake the territories it has lost to Russia. And maybe more. Following President Trump's meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, we're going to get the latest on this from Bloomberg national security expert Nick Wadhams, with insights today from Anya Manuel at Aspen Strategy Group, an important conversation you won't want to miss. with analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano is with us, alongside Republican strategist Maura Gillespie from Blue Stack Strategies. And we'll have it all after a look at Wall Street. Let's set the baseline right now with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. His view on the markets. Charlie,
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. That baseline lower right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. We're very close to session lows on the S&P 500 index. However, the stock market is holding near its record, underpinned by the belief that the economy is not falling off a cliff and growth will be bolstered by improving corporate profits, the AI boom, and rate reduction. So here's where we stand. S&P today down 24, 66.32, down by about 0.4%. We've got the Dow Industrials down 135 on the Dow, a decline right now of just about 0.3%, while NASDAQ is down 108. For the composite index, a drop of 0.5%. Our Mag 7 index lower, little change, down 0.1%. 10-year currently yielding 4.13%, with the 2-year 3.59%. Gold now down $28 the ounce, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 2.3%, 64.83 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 1.5%, 113,716 on Bitcoin. Alibaba ADRs are soaring after the company said it will spend more than a previous 3-year investment budget on AI infrastructure. Just as investors turn more positive on its push in the technology, companies also announced a partnership with NVIDIA. Alibaba ADRs are up 8.5%. NVIDIA shares, though, part of a tech decline today. Right now, we've got NVIDIA down by 1.1%. Again, recapping here, stocks are moving lower. S&P down by about 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Appreciate that, Charlie. We'll have more from Charlie Pellet on Wall Street in about 20 minutes' time here on Balance of Power. Thank you for being with us on the Wednesday edition here on Bloomberg TV and radio. You can also find us on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. As Washington reels and many world capitals reel from the most recent post from President Trump regarding the war in Ukraine. He's back in Washington now. Of course, was at UNGA yesterday, the United Nations General Assembly. We brought you his address live here on Bloomberg. That was followed by a series of bilateral meetings, including one with Volodymyr Zelensky, talking, of course, about the war in Ukraine, just weeks after President Trump hosted Vladimir Putin at a summit in Alaska with hopes of finding some path to peace. That, of course, has not emerged. Vladimir Putin has continued to attack civilian neighborhoods and increase the level of bombardment and drone attacks across the entire country of Ukraine. Following that meeting with Zelensky, President Trump posted again. It was before he headed home last evening to write, "I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form." Going on to say, the original borders from where this war started, very much an option. He called Russia a paper tiger. Said later Ukraine will be able to take back their country in its original form, and who knows, maybe even go further than that. It is unclear exactly what he meant by certain elements of this post, but clearly a different tune, a different emotion from the president who also just a few months ago excoriated President Zelensky in the Oval Office, saying he didn't have the cards, no leverage. We've heard lines like "it takes two to tango." Zelensky was asked about all of this in an interview on Fox News, clearly surprised himself by what President Trump said. Let's listen.
So we understand now that we are ready to finish this war as quick as possible. And he wants, and I want, and our people want. But he understands that Putin doesn't want, and he understands that he is not winning, but he says to everybody that he will win. And I see very... It was a little bit surprise for me. You're right. I was very positive signals from the side that Trump and America will be with us to the end of the war.
Clearly surprised, as I'm guessing Nick Wadhams was as well. Bloomberg's national security team leader is in New York to cover the United Nations meetings and with us now on Bloomberg. Nick, it's great to have you from New York. You know the line out there. It all has to do with whomever President Trump talked to last. Is it as simple as that in this case, or did he have other conversations around the UN maybe other phone calls recently that changed his mind, or maybe Vladimir Putin has simply worn out his welcome?
Well, I think it's probably a mixture of all of those. Certainly, he has been a lot more impatient with Putin. He came in thinking, Putin wanted to do a deal, and he thought he could have this thing wrapped up pretty quickly. Obviously, it has not turned out that way. I think the subtext, though, of that tweet in particular, or that social media post, is maybe a little more unsettling than folks may think. I mean, if you read to the end, he says, "I wish both countries well. Will continue to supply weapons. Good luck to all." I mean, so there is a theory of the case out there that essentially what he's doing is stepping away from this whole thing. So the U.S. is gonna send weapons to European countries to sell weapons to European countries, and they could then send them on to Ukraine. But he's not otherwise getting involved. And, so in some ways, when you look at this, you think, okay, maybe it's a change of heart, but at the same time, it also looks a little bit like a stepping back, which is definitely not what European countries and Ukraine would want.
Yeah, well, you're changing the way I think we're all looking at this as we speak, Nick. In any event, he writes, I wish both countries well. We'll continue to supply weapons to NATO for NATO to do what they want with them.
Right.
Good luck to all. And he signs it. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. Was that his mic drop then?
Well, I mean, that's a great question because, it feels like we've had so many mic drops from the president. He's got a lot of mics to drop, I guess. I mean, the interesting thing here, and it's always a dangerous game to try to parse the president's words and social media posts, because one suspects that these do not go through any sort of vetting process and maybe just reflect where his head is at that moment. But, for a long time, we were hearing essentially this administration from the president on down all say that Ukraine was going to have to make concessions on land. And it was coming out of that meeting with Vladimir Putin, the expectation at the time was that we were going to be on a path to some sort of concrete plan that would involve land swaps. Russia took land after the invasion, and it was likely that they were never going to give it up. Now, President Trump is essentially saying, yes, we think Ukraine can get back all of its land. So whether or not the U.S. is involved, clearly he heard something that makes him think Ukraine can be successful there. That's what we're really trying to figure out. What was said in that meeting with Zelensky, or what piece of information did the president get to think that that it's possible Ukraine could retake all its land? Of course, the big question for us is, does the president even remember that he said earlier that concessions might be necessary? And does he sort of acknowledge that that seemed to be a policy that he was holding, or is he now just sort of shifting on to something else? It's just so confusing. Wow. It's really hard to make sense of what the president actually believes.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why we're talking this out, because we're not going to figure that out definitively in this conversation. There's a whole other theory out there right now, Nick, that Vladimir Putin is steps ahead and is in fact trying to divide NATO by flying these incursions, fighter jets or drones, into NATO countries like Poland and Estonia, causing them to scramble jets. And the president yesterday said NATO should shoot down Russian jets that breach their airspace, which, by the way, would be a very new and escalatory policy here. The idea, though, that, for instance, Hungary may not agree with this, or some other NATO members, what will Turkey think of this? And Putin is well aware that he could add a whole new stress point to the NATO alliance with the help of Donald Trump saying things like this. Does that hit home for you?
Well, I think, wouldn't necessarily be four-dimensional chess to suggest that, Vladimir Putin is testing the boundaries of the NATO alliance and also testing its will to push back. So, yes, there is the idea that, Putin is sort of a master strategic thinker, but in a lot of ways, this feels pretty obvious. We've known for a long time that he's wanted to drive a wedge between the U.S. and other members of NATO, and within Europe, members of the European community, like Hungary, for example, that are a little more in his camp versus others. And this would be a good way to do it. I mean, Russian aircraft testing the boundaries both at NATO and in the U.S. I'm thinking up, where the U.S. and Russia border each other, Alaska and the Russian Far East. You've seen many times in the last many years where U.S. fighter jets have been deployed to keep an eye on Russian aircraft that drift a little close to the U.S. border. So I think it's safe to assume that any time you see this happen, it is not a mistake, especially when manned Russian aircraft are involved. Of course, should be said that Russia denies that that's what happens here. They say they were flying on a well-established corridor. But yes, I think there is that desire to cause that, to create that wedge between the U.S. and Europe. And then, it also does just create confusion because you have Trump saying that, but, he said that about shooting down jets hours after Marco Rubio, his Secretary of State, said, listen, no, we should not be shooting down these jets unless Russia actually attacks. So, again, you're seeing a lot of the confusion about what exactly U.S. policy is right now.
Always a fascinating conversation, if not a definitive one, with Nick Wadhams. Good luck with your coverage at the UN, Nick, and thank you, as always, for being with us. Just want to mention very quickly a red headline just crossed the terminal. It's not having to do with this, but in fact, Oracle launching an $18 billion investment-grade bond sale. Oracle shares, which have been on a tear lately, are down about 3.5% now, still holding above $300. As we consider the options moving forward here, and whether, in fact, President Trump is leaning into Ukraine or dropping the mic, I think the options we just established with Nick Wadhams. We wanted to spend some time with Anya Manuel, Aspen Strategy Group Executive Director, former U.S. diplomat. I remember having a really fascinating conversation last time you were on, Anya, and things have changed a bit with regard to the president's tune here, and I'm wondering if you take him at his word.
Good to be with you, Joe. Yes, I think this is a big turn in policy, and it's very welcome. And I think Vladimir Putin has finally worn out the patience of this president, which is a good thing and a long time coming. So I hope that now the U.S. backs this welcome statement by President Trump with action. If you look at what the Biden administration did, they gave over $66 billion in military and other assistance to Ukraine. The President Trump and his administration have not said no to that. Now NATO will pay for those arms. They're just starting to flow. I think $1 billion has been released, but that's obviously too little, too late. We need to do more faster to actually give the Ukrainians what they need to win back, maybe not all the territory, but even some of the territory to put themselves in a better negotiating position. Because as we've learned with Vladimir Putin, you don't get anywhere unless you get there from strength.
Well, that's right. And so I'm curious what type of strength the president is referring to here. Donald Trump writes, Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. Is he talking about a military offensive or some sort of economic maneuver that we're not talking about?
Yeah, I can't speculate on what the president meant, but Russia is in big economic trouble. They have put their entire economy on a war footing, so that's artificially propping up GDP growth. I do think, even though it was a little ham-handed to just punish India, the idea of really trying to do our best to crack down on some of these Russian oil exports, to put on maybe some limited secondary sanctions. It's hard to get those to work perfectly, but the idea of putting more pressure on Putin is very welcome. And I also would say, I really welcome the president's remarks about NATO airspace sovereignty. As you know, Putin sent a bunch of drones over into Poland. That was not an error, as you and Nick discussed. I think the Poles reacted right in exactly the right way. Denmark, it's a little less clear. And Putin does this perfectly. He always tests and tests and tests until somebody pushes back hard. So I'm glad we're pushing back.
Well, how far should we push back? President says you ought to shoot him down. You get MiG-31s in your airspace, you shoot him down. That's also a pretty good way to start a war, correct? The Russians are pretty good about implying different motives when they're caught in the act. Our fighter pilots for decades have been intercepting Russian Bear bombers and fighter jets in airspace over Alaska, for instance. Should we be shooting down Russian jets if they incur an Article 4 as opposed to 5 offensive here?
Look, I think you leave this to the NATO planners and strategists. Obviously, we stick to NATO Article 5, which means an attack on one is an attack on all. So far, what you've seen from the Russians is incursions via drones, not so much manned jets. So I think the idea that NATO is standing together, I thought the Europeans did really well this summer when you had Mark Rutte from NATO and a bunch of European leaders show up at the Oval Office to say, basically, we stand with you, America, we stand with you, Ukraine. And that's kind of the strong symbolism that Vladimir Putin needs to see.
We heard from Volodymyr Zelensky today at the UN. It was his chance to speak from the same speaker's rostrum that we saw Donald Trump in yesterday. He spoke to the veracity of institutions, and there's been a big conversation about that this week. Certainly President Trump tried to engage in one yesterday as he chastised the UN for doing little more than writing strongly worded letters. So I want you to hear what President Zelensky had to say earlier today, and we'll have you respond. Let's listen.
Even during bloodshed, there isn't a signal, international institution that can truly stop it. That's how weak these institutions have become. What can Sudan or Somalia or Palestine or any other people living through war really expect from the UN or the global system?
If you're having a hard time hearing that on the radio, he was referring to Sudan, Somalia, or Palestine, any other people, he said, living through war, what they should really expect from the UN and the global system. Do we expect too much from this institution holding its General Assembly this week?
Yeah, I think international institutions are only as powerful and effective as its members allow them to be. And the United Nations is a collection of member states. And so if the most senior leaders of that on the Security Council disagree, obviously the UN is hampered in its effectiveness. But I would say, look, the US attacking the UN as being ineffective is not new. We also still foot a large part of the bill. And to echo what President Zelensky said, the UN does an enormous amount of good. They deploy 70,000 peacekeepers around the world. The World Food Program feeds 150 million people a year. The World Health Organization coordinates responses to big public health outbreaks. So there are a lot of things that the UN is doing, even if it may not be possible for that institution to solve the biggest wars unless its members permit it to do that.
Really something. I'm not sure where we're going here, Anya, but we'd love to stay in touch with you on this because this does feel like a bit of an inflection point, and I'm glad you could spend some time with us today on Bloomberg. From the Aspen Strategy Group, the executive director, former U.S. diplomat Anya Manuel, with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're along today on the Wednesday edition. We're going to assemble our panel next with much more to talk about here in Washington. It's not just geopolitics, but domestic politics we pay attention to, with truly 1 week to the day before a possible government shutdown. If they can't figure out a deal, it will be, in fact, next Wednesday that you and I are here talking about what agencies are going to stay open and which might have to wait, who will be essential and who will not. This is another inflection point we'll get into with our panel next, only here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Stocks have resumed a decline as gains driven by renewed pledges of spending on artificial intelligence are fading. We've got the S&P right now down 20, retreating from a record, down 0.3%. The Dow down 108 now, lower by 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 95. For NASDAQ, a drop of 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.13%, with the 2-year 3.59%. Spot gold is down $28 the ounce, down by about 0.7%. 37.35 on the precious metal, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%. WTI just under $65 a barrel. Bitcoin up 1.6%, 113,851 now on Bitcoin. Copper prices are jumping the most in more than 5 months after Freeport-McMoRan declared a force majeure on contracted supplies from its Grasberg mine in Indonesia. An accident at Grasberg killed 2 workers. Right now, we have got shares of Freeport-McMoRan FCX on the ticker, plunging 14.8%, but other miners are higher. Case in point, ADRs of Glencore, they're up by 2.9%, and Tech Resources up by 5.7%. Lithium America shares are surging by 98%, the highest price since April of 2024, after reports that the Trump administration is pursuing a stake in the company. Again, shares of Lithium Americas up now by just about 98%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.3%, and for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues, and once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, many thanks to Charlie Pellet. He'll have more on Wall Street just after the bottom of the hour, about 15 minutes from now, as we keep tabs on the markets. The Wednesday trade here on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. Great to have you with us here. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lyons is off as we keep our eyes not only on the House of Representatives, but the state of Arizona. This is something that may not have been on your radar, but it's going to bring the whole Jeffrey Epstein story back to the fore here. And yes, everyone in Washington does know this, even if they're not talking about it. Adelita Grijalva, the daughter of the longtime Arizona congressman who died of cancer earlier this year in March, Raul Grijalva, won the race to succeed her dad last night. This was a special election, one of 2 that we were following, right? The other was in Virginia a couple of weeks ago. That was a slam dunk for the Democrat, Jerry Connolly's old seat. This apparently was a slam dunk for the Democrat as well. The daughter of the now late incumbent. When she is sworn in, you thought Republicans had a narrow margin. The Republican majority in the House will go to 219, 214, 2 remaining vacancies. Now, that's one problem for Mike Johnson. Here's the other. The future Congresswoman from Arizona has pledged to sign the discharge petition to release the Epstein files. And guess what? Only one more vote is needed. So this is apparently about to happen. Remembering, you need 218 on there. Grijalva made it very clear that she will join the effort as soon as she is sworn in, which is expected to happen, next week when everybody comes back to town. It's where we start with our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst, is with us. She is Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Republican strategist Maura Gillespie with BlueStack Strategies, and a veteran of John Boehner's Speaker's Office. Great to have you both here. Jeannie, Democrats, as it turns out, we had been asking about this weeks ago, will in fact be the party to put the discharge petition on the floor. Will it go any further?
It may not go to the Senate, but it's certainly coming to the floor of the House. And it's not just Democrats. We have Tom Massey. We have the 3 women who are Republicans who have signed on and said, despite pressure from the White House, their signatures will remain. And then, of course, you have Virginia Fox, the chair of the Rules Committee, who says she's not going to try to stop it. So this thing is going to barrel ahead to the floor. I don't think it's going to go far in the Senate, but they are going to force Republicans to take a stand on releasing these documents. So, Joe, you thought Epstein was something of the past. He keeps rearing up again.
Yeah, it's like that hand that comes out of the water at the end of the horror movie Maura, what's the conversation happening right now inside the Speaker's office as Mike Johnson loses control of this matter?
It's a matter of how do we deal with President Trump and his reaction to this, really, because it's happening. As you mentioned, this is going to force Republicans to be on record. They can tout to their constituents that they stand for transparency and they want answers. They want to do it through proper order. And that's the messaging that they'll probably come up with. But I think that what we're going to see is a real pressure campaign by the White House. And then it'll be up to Speaker Johnson how he communicates this with the president, reminding him that this has put his members in a position where they have to be on record for it. But I agree that it won't go to the Senate. It'll just be a messaging tool.
Well, okay, a messaging tool is really what it has been so far, Jeannie, which is a problem for President Trump. Does it also threaten to sideline any potential deal around government funding? Because we are a week away now. This would be the first day of a shutdown next week if it happens.
Yeah, I don't see the Epstein issue as having that much of an impact on the shutdown. I think we are unfortunately barreling towards a shutdown regardless of what happens. I don't even think that Donald Trump canceling tomorrow's meeting with the Democratic leadership is having that much impact. You know, unfortunately, I think Democrats have their back against the wall. I don't think they should do what they are doing, as you know, Joe, but they're doing it. And I think they don't have a choice, because if they decided to capitulate, their base would just rebel. And so I think we are going to barrel towards a shutdown. And I think that is most unfortunate, because getting out of it is going to be terribly difficult.
Well, you know, Jeannie, you referred to Mike Johnson's preference. They wanted the Epstein matter to come through the Oversight Committee and not have to deal with what they call a partisan discharge petition. You remember Mike Lawler wanted to have a big shouting match about this when I was asking about his potential vote on the discharge. And he was yelling so much, we really didn't get a lot done in that conversation, but it really underscored how sensitive this is for those who are allied with Mike Johnson to not see it go this way, not with Tom Massey and the rest. They want to have some control over this in the Oversight Committee. Will that parallel effort continue if the discharge petition hits the floor?
You know, I think Mike Johnson has been basically trying to make the case this is redundant. We don't need it. We're already addressing this through proper channels. As Maura said, I think he'll continue to make that case. But it is, to your point, a very sensitive issue for Republicans, and they are going to feel the heat from the White House. I mean, there have been talk of threats from the White House already for the last several weeks. And so I think this is just going to continue to be a mess. Quite frankly, I don't see why the president doesn't just call for everything to be released, because this is worse for him, this back and forth on it.
Well, of course he did on the campaign trail, which is why we keep talking about this, Jeannie. It's not something we'd be pursuing, I think, otherwise. But I want to get into the shutdown stuff with you here, Maura. We heard from Chuck Schumer. He showed up on TV this morning. I realize everybody's on recess right now, but no tie for the Democratic leader as he sat down on MSNBC and made clear that we have a problem. Let's listen.
We know how bad it is. And we're asking something very simple, Joe, for the president to sit down and talk with us. You know, he's not the king. He can't just dictate what happened. He said he doesn't need Democrats. Well, then he doesn't know how to count, because there are 60 votes in this Senate that you need to pass this, and he's got 53.
And of course, he's referring to the fact that President Trump yesterday decided that he would not be meeting with the Democratic leadership. Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have both been pressing for this meeting, and President Trump is not going to be playing along. Many folks see that as kind of the final straw, Maura, that there's just no way we're going to get around this, even if it's a brief shutdown. We are shutting down. And as somebody who's been in the Speaker's office, I wonder if you agree.
I don't think that a shutdown is ever a good decision. I've been through a couple, but I think what happened in March was Schumer not following through on it and Jeffries wanting to. They have to be lockstep. And even though I think the biggest problem is that they don't know how to get out of this, they're heading towards it. One of the problems too, and Jeannie mentioned, you know, some of their backs are against the wall. Well, that's true. Republicans have control. They have the messaging control as well, because there is no way out for Democrats necessarily. They came to the table with these three major provisions that they wanted to talk to the president about tomorrow, which in reality they probably should have just gone in with one or two. I don't think that these are three pretty lofty ones: the Obamacare subsidies, rolling back some things from the One Big Beautiful Bill, and then talking about the rescissions issues. I think if they'd focus on one, maybe they'd have better success. But doing so, you've got 7 days until shutdown is happening. That's the reality they're playing in right now. And Republicans will say that this is, they gave a bill, they put a bill forward. The House is already in recess and Johnson's not bringing them back. And so it really does come down to what Thune can get accomplished here.
Hakeem Jeffries on Twitter, on X, Jeannie, Trump always chickens out. The Democratic leader goes for the taco. Donald Trump just canceled a high-stakes meeting in the Oval. He says the extremists want to shut down the government because they are unwilling to address the Republican health care crisis that is devastating America. We've talked about the Fabrizio polling numbers over the potential expiration of these Obamacare subsidies that would increase premiums for a lot of people, Jeannie. That could mean the midterms for Republicans. Is Hakeem Jeffries on the right talking points?
I think he's on the right talking point with regard to the cancellation of the meeting. A big problem for Democrats is, and which is why I believe they should have taken the clean CR and negotiated during the approach process on this, because they are right. The subsidies the expiration is going to hit very hard. But the problem for Democrats is if they are seen as shutting down the government, and then these notices on the subsidy increases go out in October, and they will be devastating. I think it's going to be very, very hard to message this over Donald Trump. And so that's the problem. And I also think they should look at the reality that Donald Trump, in my estimation, not Republicans, but Donald Trump, he wants a shutdown of this government. That's why he is not meeting. That's why they are moving in the way they are. I think he sees that as beneficial to him and, of course, to Russ Vogt. And so I think this is a problem for Democrats. But again, I am in the total minority. I also think that Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have no choice. The base would rebel, the rank and file would rebel if they turned around again like Schumer did last time. So they are going to move right towards it. They have no choice at this point.
You're hearing from a Washington insider when they refer to appropriations as approps, which is partly why I love you both. Maura, we've only got a minute left here. Does President Trump march up to Capitol Hill, or is the story true that Russ Vogt has a plan and they can't wait for it to close?
Well, I think if you remember, the president will have extra powers about the budget and how spending is, how we do spending in this country. And so, yes, he does want to shut down, I think, in a little bit of ways, because, again, shows the powers he has. I think that's probably what Thune and Johnson reminded him, that the shutdown may be beneficial for him because he has discretionary spending at his disposal. He gets to do some things that maybe he wouldn't get to do otherwise, and any legal challenges won't hold up in court because he has presidential immunity.
Remember this conversation a week from today. Our great panel, Maura Gillespie, BlueStack Strategies, and of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano. Thank you both for the insights. We'll have a lot more ahead here on Balance of Power as we count down, yes, to a possible shutdown. The countdown clocks won't be out till next week. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all in the red right now. Stocks resuming a decline as gains driven by renewed pledges of spending in artificial intelligence faded. S&P right now down 20. We're off session lows, but still in the red, down 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 116, now down 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 81. For NASDAQ, that is a drop now of 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 Index also down 0.4%. Our MAG 7 Index just turning higher, up briefly, up by 0.01%. Your 10-year 4.13%, the 2-year 3.59%. Spot gold down $29 the ounce, retreating from a record $37.34 the ounce, down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%, $64.99 a barrel, and Bitcoin now up 1.7%, 113,977 on Bitcoin. Amazon upgraded on to overweight at Wells Fargo on greater conviction in the company's Amazon Web Services division. Amazon shares today, they are gaining a little change right now, unchanged on the day for Amazon. Adobe down 2.5%. Adobe cut to equal weight at Morgan Stanley on decelerating digital media annual recurring revenue. Micron Technologies lower after earnings, down 3.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. President Trump is back here in Washington, but frankly, the center of the political universe is right where Charlie Pellet is. The meetings at the United Nations, the General Assembly underway. We spent most of yesterday's program bringing you conversations with a lot of the world leaders who have assembled at the UN this week in New York. In fact, it was right at this time we were talking with the president of Latvia yesterday. But one of the stories hanging over this collection of world leaders is one you did hear about on Bloomberg that we want to spend a bit of time on now. The Secret Service thwarting a plot to take out cell service near the UN. Imagine a room full of SIM cards and servers. The FBI or Secret Service uncovered this, not actually in Manhattan, but just outside of the city. And we wanted to talk with Miles Miller about this, Bloomberg senior Homeland Security reporter who has the byline on this story on the terminal and is, in fact, with me here in Washington. I'm glad someone else is around here. Miles, it's good to see you. Give us a sense, just first of all, people hear about all these SIM cards. How would this be used to shut down phone service?
So basically, the way that this was set up was these were basically what they call a SIM card farm.
Yeah.
Stacks and stacks of SIM cards into basically servers in places strategically placed around the city. So up north in some Wall Street suburbs, Armonk and Greenwich, which is really strange.
Yeah.
And then out to northern New Jersey, Queens. And so to encircle New York's cellular grid and then have the ability to do mass fraud. So send a text message to a bunch of people saying, you know, your car's warranty is expired, your Amazon package is not getting there, or also to call 911 all at the same time and jam up the system. That is what Secret Service believes happened here. The way they got here is because there were phone calls made to people close to the president, to people close to the West Wing, one person, a senior official in the Secret Service, and they said, wait, this is not a teenager doing a swatting. This could be something bigger. And so they started to investigate and found these SIM card farms in places really close to the city right before the UN General Assembly.
So the president got some prank phone calls? That's what tipped them off here?
No. So it's actually very interesting the way that the Secret Service source put this. It was people close to the president who got these calls, and you know the goal with these bad actors is that they can try to influence someone close to the president. They can't get to him; they don't have his number, but you could find the numbers of people close to him and try to infiltrate, try to influence. And luckily, the Secret Service was on it and did an investigation into it.
Remembering that Susie Wiles and Marco Rubio have both been targeted in this way recently, do we have any sense, based on your reporting, how they track the source of an effort like this? How'd they find the SIM cards?
Yeah, so they basically, going through cell tower data, were able to pinpoint where these calls are coming from. And then they're like, wait, these are all from sort of the same area.
Interesting.
And then based off of that, did more investigative digging. They created a new team of sleuths in the Secret Service who did the digging.
Wow.
And as part of that, were able to find these cell networks. And they were, interestingly enough, networks that have been used by foreign governments and have been used by cartels in the past as well. And so they're trying to figure out who's behind all of this.
Well, of course, that's the next question, right? We hear Russia's suspected, but will they ever actually know?
Well, they've not yet said what country is behind it, and they made great pains to not say that during UN week, because if the president happens to be meeting with some of these countries, perhaps in a couple of weeks, they don't want anything sticky coming up before the president's been able to make the case to whoever the world leader is.
Maybe we learn more after everyone goes home, presumably?
Well, let's see.
So I've got to ask you, it takes our senior Homeland Security reporter to get to the bottom of Escalator Gate. The fact that this even took place yesterday is a riot. We heard from the president when he was in the speaker's rostrum at the UN. I've only got two things from the United Nations: a broken escalator and a bad teleprompter. There was an insinuation last evening. We're showing this, by the way, to our viewers on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube. The president and First Lady.
Pay good attention to the photographer who went up the escalator first.
That's right. A photographer heading ahead of them. Now the escalator stops. The president's looking at somebody to fix it. The First Lady marches up on her own, and he follows reluctantly.
You know, the one thing about like New York and also here in DC, when the escalator breaks, people like stop and don't keep going, and you see how human they are here.
Correct.
The UN has told us that a videographer from the U.S. delegation who was traveling with the president, reading here, I don't want to get anything wrong, was traveling backward up the escalator and stopped onto the bottom of it and may have inadvertently triggered the safety function described above. I'm leaving it at that.
Step.
The Secret Service is going to investigate. I got a call from a very pained Secret Service source yesterday who said, we are investigating this. Turn on Fox News. Caroline Levitt is talking about it right now.
You said, what? You're calling me with this? Caroline Levitt on X. If someone at the UN intentionally stopped the escalator as the president and First Lady were stepping on, they need to be fired and investigated immediately. She says the Times reported this on Sunday. This is the funny part. The Times of London.
Right.
In fact, suggested this might happen. That UN staff members have joked they may turn off the escalators, have them walk up the stairs, and tell them that they ran out of money. We don't believe that was the case.
Hey guys, I'm finally back. Sorry. I missed the short. This was a good short. We could have front ran that short maybe. And the long, this wasn't a bad long either. So right where the cross was the long. We could have front ran this long maybe. I got a little bit of that long, but I didn't want to stay too long because I can't manage to trade on the phone.
If something untoward had happened there,
yeah, you see, we're oversold. How you doing, Airkeel? We're oversold here, so we could get a roll up if it respects this fair value gap. So it's possible we could touch my zone and then respect the fair value gap and head all the way back up. And now it's dangerous. Now we got fair value gaps all over the place. So this could be like a range for a little bit. Between these two zones could be a range. So just beware of that, guys. I wouldn't be letting things run too long, and I'd be taking profit off. I trade Mycos, so I buy increments of 3. Yeah.
In fact, Sinclair and a separate station group have decided to continue running alternative programming. They put some sort of news package together that's running at 11:30 at night. The rest of the nation.
Yeah. Hey, MS Trader.
Exception of a few cities. I think it was about 7.
Three's good on micros. That I like that because if you can scale in twice and you don't even have a full mini on, I think I like that.
The killing of Charlie Kirk. He did not apologize.
720 or 740.
But he did say this.
So 720
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like
is the 50 EMA. So right now we're the forecast is in a short. So if we clear out this fair value gap, then come back into the zone here with no support fair value gap, that's a short. Oh, you're on ES.
You heard him get choked up there in what was clearly an emotional moment for
740. The upside is going to be up here. The upside's going to be like 740 to where my zone is. That's like if you're going long, that's the upside. But the thing is here in the 720 range, this is where the entry for the short would be if we clear out this fair value gap and get a pullback and roll over. You know, if we're rolling over, so if we need to either confirm above the 50 to go to the next zone, or we need to come up and have the 50 EMA resist it and roll over. Does that make sense? I'll explain this, then go to the ES. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no trade right here. With these fair value gaps, we got to clean something out and then get an entry with the stochastics in line. So there's like no trade right here. I want to give us some time to clean some of this garbage out. And let me go to the ES. So the ES is a lot cleaner. Okay, so you're kind of reading the NQ and what the ES might do. So right here, you know, we kind of got like a double bottom right here. So, and we got the stochastics starting to roll up. So kind of, I think what I'd be looking for here is we're in a full-on short. We're in a full-on short. So I would like to roll up to here, get confirmation and have the stochastics roll over with us. And then I'm looking for a short, you motherfucker.
Does Disney have any response?
I'm looking for a short all the way down here, like somewhere in this zone. Let me turn this back on.
Comment on the post. I would just think it's fair to say they're bracing for
Trying to get everything caught up here.
A number of things could happen. You know, he could.
I would have had a couple of trades on already if I wasn't on the phone all morning.
ABC settled, as he mentioned.
And Zoom calls. They're releasing this AI stuff, and it's like a big deal for the company.
Broad, sort of similar to his lawsuit against the New York Times, that they're just against me and an agent of the Democrats, and there is also other levers that the administration could take. A company like Disney has to get approval for mergers and acquisitions and sales and things, and all of that could come into play.
Well, a lot's been made of this pending merger with Tegna, and I wonder what your thought is on that, Chris, if you have one, to the extent to which
196 micros. You've traded 196 micros today?
They'll tell you no, that's not the reason they decided to take Kimmel off the air, but there is no doubt that Nexstar
like,
needs
holy
not
shit.
just approval to
dollars. Okay.
licenses from the FCC.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Somebody went revenge trading. Somebody was paving the path to Valhalla. That's the yellow brick road to Valhalla. I've probably done that before. I probably, if I went back and looked long enough, I would find a day where I did something like that.
They have a deal awaiting approval, but they've said that they're looking at all kind of options it offers for.
All right. So here, so here ES is a lot easier. You don't have the fair value gaps printed. So, looking for a roll up. So my first stop would be
Disney hiking the cost of its Disney Plus subscription.
Would be right here. If we roll over here, perfect. But if we blow through this zone and then roll over here, that's even better. So that's how I would read the ES. And then let me get back to the NQ.
It's a money loser, that the show is in fact losing money for ABC. That might be the case for all of these late night shows. How do we see it? Is it a loss?
If you're running more than 50 minis, fuck, dude.
No, they don't need
you probably named your junk Falcon 9 after the fucking Elon Musk SpaceX.
Talk shows canceled, and people just aren't watching traditional TV like they used to. Kimmel's ratings are.
Elon Musk would probably refer to you as Falcon 9 on X if you're doing like 50 minis at a time.
It's just a format that's not as
All right, so are you going long, Air Keels? So this is a little too bipolar for me. I'm gonna wait. Now the stochastics say it's gonna push, but the problem is you're going right into this fair value gap.
70 stations off the list here, and I can't imagine what that's gonna do to.
He's light long. Okay, cool.
I'm sure you'll be writing about, Chris. Come back.
So I'm gonna let this play out, guys. I'm not making a move yet. I'm letting us play out.
Live from the LA Bureau. Live from Hollywood on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll have a lot more to talk about when we meet again on the
All right, let's give it a little bit time to breathe here, and we'll figure out what we're looking for. He's looking for 730. That's reasonable. That's a reasonable target. It's right at the top of the cloud. You see the forecast cloud? That's a perfect zone. I like it. I like that target. Okay, guys, I got some work to clean up. I'll be back in about 5 or 10.
From the Republican Main Street Partnership will join us along with Bloomberg Politics contributor Adam Hodge to get a better sense of what exactly we're counting down to. I'll meet you back here then. Bloomberg Business Week Daily is up next, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Yes, indeed, everybody. A very good afternoon on this busy Wednesday. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek. Nope, we're not at Bloomberg headquarters. We're just a few blocks away. We're here at the plaza at the Bloomberg Global Business Forum. And what's great about this event, it always takes, or it always happens, I should say, alongside the UN General Assembly. So there's world leaders in town. They're talking about the top issues. they come here to have some really high-level discussions.
Yeah, the event brings together heads of state and business leaders to address the world's most urgent challenges and opportunities. And already we've heard from some of these leaders. Bill Gates taking the stage a little earlier, Ruth Porat from Alphabet, Jane Goodall was here, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, Brookfield's Bruce Flatt, and many, many more.
All right, so we're going to highlight some of those conversations and some of the folks that are here at the event. Coming up, Chris Nicholas, he's president and CEO of Sam's Club. We're going to talk about global consumers. We're going to talk about tariffs, supply chains. We're going to talk about their expansion plans. So looking forward to a conversation with him in just a moment.
Maybe we'll talk a little bit about AI with him, too.
Yeah, we definitely will.
We're also talking AI with the head of strategic partnerships, global affairs at OpenAI. Also talking about that big NVIDIA investment. That's up ahead in the next hour.
That's a partnership.
That is a partnership, yeah. To the tune of $100 billion.
Yeah, massive. Also with us is Ambroise Fayot, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, on funding climate change initiatives against what is, I think safe to say, a hostile backdrop. So we're going to get into all of that in just a moment. First up, though, feels like a day where we're taking a little bit of a breather on Wall Street. Let's toss it back to Bloomberg headquarters here in New York City and Detroit.
Hi, thank you very much. Holding down the fort, and indeed, absolutely right about that. Taking a breather, Carol Master. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. We're all in the red right now. S&P down 26, retreating from a record 66.31 where we stand. Down now by about 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 0.3%. S&P, by the way, off session lows, but still down. We've got NASDAQ down 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index have been positive very, very briefly. Right now it is down by under 0.1%. Your 10-year currently yielding 4.13% with the 2-year, 3.59%. Gold down $30 the ounce, 37.33, down 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil now rallying by 2.4%, 64.93 a barrel. Alibaba ADR is soaring after the company said it will spend more than a previous 3-year investment budget on AI infrastructure, just as investors turn more positive on its push into the technology. The company also announced a new software partnership with NVIDIA. Alibaba shares, they're up by 8.3%. NVIDIA down now by 0.8%. Again, recapping here, S&P down 26, drop there of 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live here at the Bloomberg Global Business Forum at the Plaza in New York City. Well, if you want to know what global consumers are up to or what massive global companies are really thinking about when it comes to the macro environment, what are their priorities, then keeping an eye on Walmart is definitely a must-do. It is the world's largest retailer. It was among the retailers that recently raised their forecast. That happened over the summer. And a member of the company's C-suite is joining us, Tim, right here at the forum.
Yeah, here at the Bloomberg Global Business Forum, pleased to have Chris Nicholas with us, president and CEO of Sam's Club. It is Walmart's membership-only retail warehouse club, mostly with clubs here in the U.S., but also overseas clubs in Mexico, China, and Brazil. Former COO of Walmart U.S., previously CFO across Walmart U.S. and Walmart International. Welcome.
Which means you've seen everything.
I've tried.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Really excited to be here.
How are we doing? And by we, I mean the American consumer. You've got such a great view on what happens across the country. How are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing at Sam's Club is consumers that are consistent and rational. I've been in retail for more than 30 years now, and I've never known a time when people don't love great items at great prices. And as long as you're giving people that, we're finding consumers really, rational and consistent.
What is their behavior, though, right now? Because that's something Carol and I were talking a lot about today. And, the whole idea of, are they buying what they typically buy? Are they buying what they buy at a certain point in an economic cycle? Are they trading up? Are they trading down? Mm-hmm. What are they doing in your stores?
Yeah, it's interesting. Consistent would be the word I'd use. People are still buying general merchandise from us. I mean, we talked in our last quarter, the results about general merchandise sales having another quarter of positive comp. But what's really interesting within that is that the units are moving faster than the items, which means that, we're still giving them great value. And I think people are really moving to appreciate when they're getting good value. The club warehouse model is made for times like these, I would say. It's a good time to be in the club model. In our clubs, we've only got 4,000 items. And the way that the club model works, just to level set us, is Our job is to make almost nothing on what we sell. We just about break even, and we make all our money from membership. So the lower you can operate in terms of costs, the lower you can keep prices. And when that happens, people are more loyal. They renew more often, and you get more members. So we're in this like really special moment right now where people love the great value that we've got, and they love the great items that we've got too.
You know, I want to cross that with what we just heard from Fed Chairman Jay Powell, Chris, last week in terms of the decision, and kind of basically saying the Fed's not in a great place. Like either way, there's some risks to the employment.
All right, guys, I got to make a call to finish up a deal. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, I'm only looking for shorts only. It's just this fair value gap is support in this zone. Maybe it needs to be cleaned up before we really break out. But off the 20 EMA, off the 50 EMA would be the entries to go short if you're looking short. So you want to be in up here. That way you got time to bail if it reverses on you. But I'll be back. Oh, ES. Yeah, hold on. ES is pretty clear, man. It's just like the NQ is holding the ES up from flushing. So I'm liking the short on the NQ even more. But look, there's nothing holding it. I mean, you know, it'd be better to be in up here. You know, you'd want to be in somewhere up here. I don't think you'd take the short now because the NQ may have to retrace and it'll bring this up. So this would be your take profit somewhere in here. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'm a hold right now. I'm not doing anything for a little bit. I'm just kind of reading the chart out for you guys.
They are true professionals that, like, many of them have been in their jobs decades.
All right, I'll be right back. I got to make a call.
End to end, better than anybody. And so they get the ability to choose what's in the club, but they also get the ability to work through where the inefficiencies are in the supply chain. They've got deep relationships with the suppliers, so you work through where the opportunities are between the suppliers too. So I'll give you an example. Our roses that we buy from Ecuador, the costs went up because you know, the tariff environment changed. And so our merchants worked through with the supplier, like, what could we do? So we move them in different ways, so we have less packaging. We wrap them in the US now instead of where we used to wrap them. And so you do things like that help you to manage the input costs. That means you don't have to pass it on to the consumer. And our job is to work through how little you pass through, and you work through how late you do it. So we'd always like to be last up, but we have the ultimate opportunity in the club channel, and that is that we have choice because we don't have to sell everything. So the curation actually is a superpower for us.
Does that mean you haven't raised prices on anything? No,
we see, I mean, look, here's the thing. There are certain things where prices move all of the time anyway.
Right,
so
I get that.
Produce would be a good example of that.
And there are some strictly tariff related.
Yeah, what I would say to you is that if I think about general merchandise, which is like all of the electronics and apparel and all of those things.
The stuff that I have way too much in my home.
There's never enough.
Yes, there is.
You're talking to guys who sell stuff, Carol.
Never enough.
I know. But anyway,
please buy more.
But in terms of tariffs, particularly putting pressure on pricing.
Yeah. So what we see is, in terms of what people are buying, I think I mentioned this, but the growth in the units that we've had is outpacing our comps in general merchandise. So if you think about, like, over the last few years, you had like packaged goods. Through COVID became more expensive, and they never really came down. Whereas general merchandise, we had the supply chain disruption. You remember that, and the general merchandise inflated, and then it deflated rapidly after all of the supply chain disruptions disappeared. And at the end of last quarter, we were still in a period of slight deflation in general merchandise. So prices move all of the time. Our job and our merchants' job is to make sure that we give people access to the price points they want and the value that they want. I think maybe it's worth mentioning, but in Sam's Club, like, we're 25% cheaper than retail in general. So as we resist putting prices up, because that's in our DNA, we're always going to be more price competitive than everybody else.
So then you haven't raised any prices related to tariffs.
We will be the last people to put prices up, and some prices have gone up, but in the mix, I'm telling you. So for sure, I mean, we have input price changes in some items, and some's come through already, and some is still to come through. But But I would tell you that, like, our job is not to lead with putting prices up, and all of our sales growth in Sam's Club is through unit growth, not inflation.
Okay, cool.
I'm wondering what you're hearing from your team who's out there talking to the producers, the American producers of things we grow, produce, beef as well. We had a Bloomberg News story last week about farmers and the toll that the Trump administration policies are taking on farmers right now. And immigration, just one of them. Tariffs on soybeans are another one as a result of less interest from China and Chinese buyers. What are you hearing, though, on the immigration front? Because in some cases, 40% of migrant workers are from outside. 40% of farm workers, rather, are migrant workers. So they're coming from outside the U.S., and that's a challenge for farmers to actually find those employees right now. What are you hearing from them?
Yeah, I'm not hearing, I don't have anything to add or to offer on that topic. I would tell you that we have brilliant farmer partners. We understand the value chains really well. And we have no in-stock issues or cost price issues.
So have they raised prices at all on American produce?
You'd have to ask somebody else about the through line on like employment and price increases. I think you probably speak to lots of people that are better informed than I am.
What about from produce that comes outside of the United States? I mean, we can't do everything here. We can't grow bananas. We can't grow avocados. The tomatoes, when they're out of season, come from outside of the U.S. What does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, what does
like the increase in costs associated with tariffs? Because those will be, or those are tariffed already. I mean, beef that comes from Brazil, 40% tariffs, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely over-index on U.S. beef. The vast majority of what we buy is U.S. The vast majority, and so but we have choices about where we buy from. This is the benefit of being this curated, limited assortment retailer. Is that we get the choices to buy from the places which give the consumers great value and great quality, which we're never going to relent on. But we buy items. We buy avocados, as you said, from abroad, and many other items, tomatoes when it's out of season, and the quality and the value. We'll never relent on the quality. But if the input costs increase, then the input costs will increase. But in produce, there are so many variables, produce and beef. Right. I mean, that there are so many variables that pushes the costs down as well as up. So I think it's a super complex situation, and I think that our farmers are some of the best in the world, and I think that our merchants know how to work with the farmers. The best thing you can do for those farmers is to give them great forecasts, allow them to grow to those forecasts, and give them good prices that allow them to run sustainable business models. And we do a really good job of that.
Chris, you guys in retail, I'm sure we're, even late to talk about the holiday season and the upcoming holiday season. When you think about assortment and what you want to have in inventory for consumers, how's it looking for this year? Is it going to be a lot different from last year? Are the supply chains all there to get what you need and what you want for your consumers?
Yeah, that's not an issue. We don't see any issues with supply chain management in that way. We, Sam's Club in particular, we get really early. So you go to a Sam's Club now, which hopefully, please do. You'll see it's full of Christmas.
I know. It drives me a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
Why is it so early? I mean, Halloween hasn't even happened.
Yeah, well, in the club channel, people like to be prepared.
I know. Yeah.
So we get into a season early, and then we exit early, and that's kind of scarcity is part of the value that we create. And so we're not worried about it from a Sam's Club point of view. But the thing I would say is that people just love to celebrate. They love to buy. They love the seasons, and so I think you'll find that certainly at Sam's Club, people, whether it's the general merchandise they buy pre-Thanksgiving and Christmas, or the food that they buy for the season, as long as you're giving them great value, they're going to come to you, and people will find a way to celebrate.
One of the things we love about the Global Business Forum is we tackle everything: climate change, workforce, employment, economics, politics. As a leader who's been at a company for a long time, and I'm sure looking at everything that's going on, what's top of mind for you? And an environment where there's pushback against certain initiatives, there's a lot of political things going on, geopolitics. I'm just curious, in running what you guys do, and I know you're kind of a well-oiled machine in many ways, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think, in an environment of change, and by the way, change is a constant, and you've got to love it. Then I've always found that the best thing to do is to focus on what you can control. And what you can control is the culture you create as a business, how you work with and treat your customers and your members, the experiences that you create. You know, a great example is the e-commerce business. We've just launched express delivery from our clubs, and people love it, and they're opting in.
Does the price change with delivery?
No, we have price parity. We have price parity. So others don't. We do. So we have price parity between clubs and online. We think that's really important from a trust point of view. And people are thanking us for it. Our delivery from club, food and non-food, is growing at triple digits right now. Wow. So I think, like, focus on what you can control. Start with being great people. Start with being a great business. Look after your associates so they can look after our members. And then, you know, that generally will lead to the right outcomes.
So on that, we'll hear from one of your big competitors tomorrow. Costco reports earnings tomorrow. How do you make sure that people join Sam's Club and not Costco?
Yeah, look, Costco's a great competitor. We think that we're great too, and we're doing a lot of good things. What I would tell you is this.
Because you have an aggressive plan in terms of expansion.
Yeah,
and
we're
lining up
excited
members.
about it.
I know.
Yeah, we're really excited about that plan. Actually, the club channel in general is a relatively small channel. There's huge upside for the whole of the club channel. And I would tell you this: good competition makes you better. And I've never been afraid of good competition.
What about AI? And how you guys are working?
Are you afraid of AI?
AI.
It's kind of we're trying
AI is a big topic everywhere now, isn't it? Here's the thing: we're excited about AI as a company, and I am personally too. I think this idea of
Are you guys using it a lot?
A lot. We've been using it for a long time, honestly, but the generative AI and then the agentic AI that's coming through too is really exciting. It's exciting for our members and for our associates. What we do, we pivot to growth. How does this help us move faster, do more for our associates and our members? How do we find different routes to market? So that's exciting. Of course, we also look at, like, how do you find opportunities to take time out of product launches and all of those kind of things so that you're a better business. The one thing that you may have seen is we also believe that the opportunity to give people, to empower people with the use of AI, but with an enterprise, but with enterprise data is really exciting. So whether it's in the office, or recently we made an announcement a couple of weeks ago at our holiday meeting where we gave our frontline management access to OpenAI, to ChatGPT, and which they can use to just go faster and do more. And that's really exciting.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. We're all kind of finding our way through it. Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And good luck.
Good luck. Thank you as well. Chris Nicholas, he's the president and CEO of Sam's Club. We just talked a little bit about AI with Chris. We're going to continue that when we check with the head of strategic partnerships, global affairs at OpenAI. Yeah, we'll talk a little AI. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a down Wednesday here with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all declining right now. Wall Street's rebound failing to gain traction today with the S&P now at 66.28, down 28, drop there of 0.4%. The Dow down 168, drop there of 0.4%, while NASDAQ is down 114 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop of 0.5%. 10-year at 4.14% with the 2-year 3.59%. Gold is down $36 the ounce at $37.27 for the precious metal, a drop of 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%. WTI 64.93 a barrel. Bitcoin up 1.4%, 113,637 on Bitcoin. As for valuations, the S&P 500 is trading at statistically expensive levels, according to Bank of America's Savita Subramanian, who notes that on 19 of 20 metrics, the U.S. equity benchmark is expensive. Copper prices jumping the most in more than 5 months after Freeport-McMoRan declared a force majeure on contracted supplies from its Grasberg mine in Indonesia. There was an accident there that killed 2 workers. Right now we have got copper surging 3.6%. Freeport-McMoRan down 15.2%. Other miners, though, higher. ADRs of Glencore up 2.6%. Tech Resources up by 5.5%. Recapping, S&P down 26, down 0.4%. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live here at the Plaza, the Bloomberg Global Business Forum. Leaders, and one of the big topics this week that we've seen as world leaders are in town, and also as it's Climate NYC, is everything and anything to do with artificial intelligence.
I mean, we can't kind of stay away from headlines here every single day. Just today, Microsoft partnering with OpenAI rival Anthropic to help power its workplace AI assistant. Anthropic, founded by former OpenAI employees, Carol, it's one of the largest competitors to OpenAI, a key player in the industry.
Yeah, just coming on the heels of one of the big stories that we covered this week, NVIDIA announcing it will invest as much as $100 billion in OpenAI to help with that build out of data centers. So there's a lot going on. When it comes to AI, it's all about partnerships, and we have a great guest to talk about that. Lane Dilg is former head of strategic partnerships, global affairs at OpenAI. She's had a career in law, politics. She served as special senior counsel to then Senator Kamala Harris, and she's also worked at the Department of Justice. I'm rushing, but you have like this incredible public-private background. So when you think about AI, I don't know, how do you make sense of it just feels frenetic, the amount of money, the amount of activity, the amount of headlines that come every day?
Yes, there obviously is so much happening, so many big deals in the news, and those big deals in the news do have real-life implications for all of us. So incredible, as you mentioned, to see the NVIDIA and OpenAI deal showing that NVIDIA will provide chips to OpenAI up to 10 gigawatts and also make an investment, $100 billion, obviously shoring up OpenAI's credit and providing a real runway for OpenAI. Those kinds of deals we are seeing almost weekly right now. You mentioned Microsoft and Anthropic as well. So a very, very competitive landscape and a landscape that is moving extremely quickly.
It's kind of funny to hear about Microsoft partnering with Anthropic.
Okay, guys, I'm here. I'm back.
Huge investor in OpenAI. What do you make of that?
Sorry, it's been a busy day.
You have these strange bedfellows.
Yes, I think,
I
think everyone is watching sort of all of these different pieces from an adoption perspective.
In the corporate abyss.
Looking at how many.
All right, so I'm kind of like looking. I'm thinking about maybe front running the long here. How we looking? Who's saying long? But it's tough to front run right into a fair value gap. You know what I'm saying?
They have the partnership with OpenAI, and now you see
well, can you?
Did anyone get a piece of that short when it bombed out and cleared out that fair value gap?
There's been so much money chasing these companies. There are also those people who say, we're kind of just going to wait until the dust settles because we think there could be this.
All right, so here our zones are pretty consistent. We just got to figure out which one we're going to visit first. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that would have been a tough one. I would have never been in on that.
we're asking somebody who was at Chat. Yes,
They stopped you, Hercules?
that's where this question is coming from.
A great question,
They
no,
stopped
because obviously
you.
now I use
That's
all of them to try to stay up to date wherever
okay.
it is, and also speak with the different companies
Yeah.
about sort of what their trajectory will be going
I just,
forward.
for me, this is for me.
The models are somewhat
I
different just for
need to, for me to take the long, okay? I need to confirm in this zone above the 20 EMA, and the 20 EMA needs to turn into support. So candles need to open and close above the 20 EMA for me to consider the long to move higher. Right now, I'm still on the short because the forecast box is a full short. Control EMAs are in a short. The forecast cloud does have more buying in this zone than selling, so we got buying creeping in. So that's, that means that maybe we're going to test this fair value gap first,
It is true
okay?
there is also this massive race for compute, and that is because to continue the research and development, to
Hogwarts.
continue to make the progress, we need
Hogwarts.
compute, and
Hogwarts
compute
has got a
requires
scheme
lot of
going on in
energy.
there. He's got
So
it
we
figured
don't
out what
know
he's going to
yet
do.
whether there will be
Then,
differentiation
we're below the
every
VWAP,
reason
we're
to
below
make
the
sure they
20
have the
EMA,
compute
we're
that
below
we need
the
to continue
50 and the
to
200
You
EMA.
run your own
So
advisory
right
firm, and
now,
you're, doing that kind of
the
innovation
forecast
and
reads
partnerships,
a
right?
pull
Working
into
with
this
other
zone
companies.
and
But
then
I wanna
see
go
if
back
we
to what
roll
you said. I
over
mean, I think there was one
and
article that came out,
visit,
that
you
there
know,
was
visit the
concerns
lows
that
on the
it
day.
was
That's kind of
a sign of a bubble. That
that's
is the
kind of
whole
what
idea
the
of partnering with
forecast is reading right
OpenAI.
now,
Obviously, this is
guys.
a company, ChatGPT, so identified
Yeah.
when it comes to AI at this
Yeah,
point.
just hit
But I think
7:30,
that
then
would
pull the
be
plug, right,
marketplace
Air
actually
Keels?
buying its chips. So I'm just curious. I mean, at
We
some
can both
point,
be right. We can work
I
together
don't
on this
know.
deal.
What are you hearing from companies as you talk to them? Are they a little cautious at all? Is there any
Okay,
nervousness
so that's
about
the
this
setup right there.
incredible
So
scale and this incredible build out?
I need the
Great question. Obviously,
I need for the I need the I don't like the stochastics being in the middle. I need the stochastics to like roll up or bomb down, and like I need something to for the setup to be more firm.
To find a consumer, a home for their chips. Yes.
One dildo, yeah, you just
So
need
I
one.
think I think that conversation happening on both sides.
All right, I got to set
My
my
own
trade
personal
copier
view
back
is
up,
that,
and then I
we are
got
not
some calls
yet,
and stuff to do.
anywhere close to maxing out the demand for compute and chips. And when we are, then you may actually see that model development is stalling or something else. But I just don't think we're there right now. I am curious, when you were at OpenAI, and we know you left a few months ago, and now you have your own advisory firm, is the phone ringing off the hook of people saying, help me, I need to find this, and what are they looking for? Yes, so it is true that people are looking for lots of answers. They're looking
All
for
right,
answers to
let's see here. I
macroeconomic
gotta
questions.
fix
They're
this.
looking for answers to help them guide investments. But then teachers and healthcare providers are looking at, what is the potential? How do I take care of my workforce and also take care of those I serve at the same time? What is the pace of adoption? I'm excited to be
Remember, bias can be just like FOMO. I treat bias like FOMO. I try and forget I have it and just read the information I have. Bias makes me make bad decisions. Like a bias will make you do exactly the opposite of the actual information you have. So just be careful. If the bias lines up with the chart, that's really strong, though.
Company. I'm not going to say who it was.
But usually a bias is an excuse to do the exact opposite of what the chart says. You know what I'm saying?
I was asking them, and it's like,
Because it's like, but I had a bias.
Fumbling our way through, and we have courses that have come up at Bloomberg to kind of help us figure our way through.
But I
this
had a
company, They're
bias.
just kind of like somebody figures something out, and they do a kind of a show and tell. But it's interesting how we're trying to find our way through this. Yes, I've heard two CEOs at the Frontier Labs really say the pace of scientific progress on the AI side is much faster than the pace of implementation and adoption. It's hard. These are large institutions with lots of people. You have to actually figure out what is the right way for your company, for your school, for your business, and that takes some time.
I use ChatGPT all the time personally. I use it at work too. We have the paid version at work, but I have the free version on my phone. And when it tells me I can't use it anymore, I just go over and use Claude. How do you prevent that? How do you get me to pay for it? Like, how do you monetize all the free users when so much compute is being used?
Yeah, I think, same with any product in a certain way. You want yours to be the go-to. You want yours to be the most useful, the one that you turn to solve the problems that are most important to you. And I think that companies are competing in that, and we'll see fits and starts. But you get accustomed to one product or another.
So,
will we be paying for it?
Well, I mean, Or is there going to be advertising?
So I think, right now you can pay for different different levels of access. I think that is meaningful, both for individuals and for businesses. I use the paid accounts across all of the different companies, which may seem crazy, but I want to see where the capability really is. So I do think that is the monetization that you're seeing primarily.
And I'm not a tax professional, but that's a business expense, I would imagine. So talk to your accountant about that.
Yes. Okay. Taking notes.
Yeah.
Yes. I am curious about, we mentioned that you were senior counsel to Kamala Harris when she was senator.
I have been senior counsel to a senator, but most recently I was senior advisor in the Department of Energy.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
That was the notes I had. So
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I do think, though, about the intersection of technology and politics. And I feel like every decision is made with a careful glance at the White House. So talk to me about that and how that might, kind of impact the deals that are done and how they're done.
Yes, absolutely. I think you see a lot of that in the infrastructure space. So if you look at the models, they, as we talked about, require compute, but compute also requires energy. And as we look at competition between the United States and China, I think people feel really good about our talent. They feel really good about our workforce. They feel really good about our innovation. But we do need to get more energy on the grid, and we need to do that fast. And so I think you see this all of the above approach, but also disagreement over what is that all of the above approach, how does it work, do things need to be grid connected or not, and most importantly, how do we make sure that consumers have the electricity they need at the prices they need while we power all of this AI?
Well, is it ultimately going to be everybody, especially the hyperscalers, probably doing their own energy development on site, that kind of thing? Or
I think you'll see a mix. Just like you see a mix in the financial deals, I think you'll see a mix both to hedge risk, but also because it'll be opportunistic. We need the energy as fast as we can get it.
Hey, just want to end with what this does to the American workforce, the global workforce. Dario Amodei over at Anthropic has been really outspoken about how this could just decimate white-collar jobs. You agree?
So I think there was a conference in San Francisco that people are watching just last week about what the different scenarios are. I think we don't know the answers yet. And so from a policy perspective, we need to be planning for multiple scenarios. It's critically important that we understand both the data of how are jobs moving, where are the transitions happening, and also look at the social safety nets and other things to make sure that if there is dislocation, we're doing the reskilling, we're doing the training to get people into a place that is productive.
You've seen the tech up close. You know what it can do. What keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night is, as always, it's the humans. It's our human potential. It's our ability to step into this technology, and it's also what we can do with it for good or for ill. And I think that's the space where I'd like to see the policy focused.
Are you worried about the bad side of AI?
I'm worried about humans using AI for bad purposes is what I worry about more than the doomers who are more concerned about what we would call alignment issues. I think the science on alignment is pretty strong and will continue to be strong, and people will be alarmed if it's not. But the question of what can you do with the technology is a hard one. We are about to all get more powerful.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Need to leave there. I feel like we could talk a lot more about this, and we will probably in the future. I hope you can come back.
Yes.
Lane, thank you so much. Lane Dilg, she's former head of strategic partnerships and global affairs over at OpenAI. We're going to continue from the Bloomberg Global Business Forum.
Yeah, coming up next, the European build-out that investors are eyeing. What's really going on with the lending arm of the European Union when it comes to climate change and more. It's Bloomberg Business Week Daily, live from the Plaza Hotel, the Bloomberg Global Business Forum.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a down day here with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are all in the red right now. 22-point drop on the S&P 500 index, retreating from a record now at 66.34, down by 0.3%. Dow Industrials right now down 0.3%, with the Dow lower by 132 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 91. For NASDAQ, a drop now of 0.4%. The MAX 7 Index, by the way, back in the green right now. Little change. Perhaps that is the real story, the key takeaway, up under 0.1%. Your 10-year at 4.14%. The 2-year, 3.59%. Spot gold down $32 the ounce, 37.30. Drop there of 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude now advancing 2.5%, 64.99 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin up 1.5%. Bitcoin now at 113,736. New home sales unexpectedly surged over 20% in August, to the fastest pace since early 2022, likely lifted by builders' rampant price cuts and sales incentives to motivate buyers in a jittery economy. Among some of those home building names are all up, by the way. D.R. Horton up 0.7%. Toll, the luxury home builder, up 0.8%. Lennar up 2.2%. Pulte up by 1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We are here at Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum at the Plaza in New York City. And this happens, the UN General Assembly, of course, as you know, is going on. But alongside it is Climate Week NYC. And it's something that has been talked about a lot today at the event. It was also something President Trump talked a lot about in yesterday's address to the United Nations, where he referenced the green scam.
Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. Now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail.
All right. That, of course, was President Trump yesterday in his address to the United Nations. Curious what our next guest has to say about climate, because he is certainly involved in it over in Europe. Ambroise Fayot is Vice President of the European Investment Bank. It's the lending arm of the European Union, joining us here at the Bloomberg Business Forum. I am curious about when you hear something like President Trump and what he had to say about climate, and then the initiatives that you are working on over in Europe. How do you kind of crisscross those two things? Is Europe moving ahead when it comes to climate change and spending on that and climate change initiatives?
Well, let me tell you first, thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming here.
And let me tell you what EIB is. EIB is the Bank of the European Union.
Mm-hmm.
So we have been, we are a public bank. Our shareholders are member states of the European Union. And we lend for long-term projects that are European projects. And as you know, one of the big projects of the European Union is climate neutrality by 2050.
Right.
And we have put in place, to support this objective, a policy that is our climate strategy that has a few targets, including having more than 50% of what we do in climate and environment. And this is a target that we have reached. We are actually closer to 60% today. We are lending around 100 billion euros per year. So it's a big thing for us in terms of financing for renewable energy projects, energy efficiency, clean transportation, innovation in climate. And our goal is to continue and stay the course, because we think this is also something that is good for maintaining competitiveness in Europe. And we are going to present to our board next week our climate strategy for the next 5 years that will basically continue the pace that we have chosen since 5 years and link that to the competitiveness of the European Union.
So even with a narrative in some parts of the world that are maybe pushing back against climate change and green initiatives, sustainable initiatives, nothing's changed for you guys.
No, for us, nothing changes in terms of the path and the objective. And what we try also to do is to listen to what our stakeholders tell us.
Right.
And for example, some of the SMEs tell us that the reporting obligations are very, very complicated. So these kind of things that we are going to try also to address in our strategy. But the key objectives, we are going to keep them.
Can you expand on the idea of competitive advantage a little more? Because here in the United States, as the president, you just heard him say yesterday, he said, if you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. He essentially thinks that it's a waste of money to actually invest in green initiatives or do sustainable development. That's my takeaway. What's the competitive advantage that you believe the European Union has if it invests in this way?
I would say there are two things. And when you look at energy, we have invested 31 billion euros in 24 in energy projects. 31 billion euros is a lot of money. In offshore wind farms, in grids, in a lot of also solar and nuclear, and the number of projects that are related to energy. The things that we see is one, that actually the competitiveness of the cost of energy is going down for many of these renewable energies. And it's becoming competitive. And the second thing is, when you look at energy, you also need to look at your independence. And what we have learned since 22, and that's why we have sped up actually the implementation of our energy projects, is that if you want to be independent from Russia, you need to have more and more energy independence. Energy independence for a continent that has little energy itself means renewable energy and other kind of energies.
How are you thinking about, and I know the war, of course, between Russia and Ukraine is not over still, but thinking about what might need to be done in terms of helping Ukraine going forward, the financing demands and needs that will be to build back all that's been destroyed?
Yeah, well, actually, it is absolutely clear that the needs are huge in Ukraine. And from the beginning of the war, we have been supporting Ukraine. Actually, even the week after the war, we have, redone some of our loans to be able to send some financing to the Ukrainian government. Since the beginning of the war, we have financed 4 billion euros of projects in Ukraine, and that is mostly in projects that have, reconstruction of hospital, working with municipalities, train capabilities, etc. And actually, we have just opened a new line in Ukraine that where the tracks of the trains will be the same as in Europe. It wasn't the case before. You had between Ukraine and Slovakia, in this case, you had to change trains at the border. Now you don't.
So
have
as you
anymore.
rebuild, you do it.
Yeah, exactly,
more smartly.
And this is also on the way for accession of Ukraine to the European Union. And we have done something that is not necessarily consistent with our climate strategy, but that we have done for Ukraine. We have just approved a loan that is going to allow Ukraine to finance its gas storage for the winter, because that's an emergency.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but you're here meeting with leaders from all over the world. If there's a message that you have for American leaders and what you want from American leaders right now, what is it?
The thing that I like here is to be able to meet with a lot of people from very various backgrounds and original cultures, and that's what makes these meetings so interesting. I mean, the transatlantic relationship is so important that we need to do everything to make us as good partners as possible.
Do you feel like that? Do you feel that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for finding time for us. We really appreciate it. Ambos Fayo, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, joining us right here at the Plaza. Of course, the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum, and we've got more to come. When we get back, though, we're going to do a little check on trading for you guys and some stocks on the move, so do not go anywhere. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
All right, guys. Sorry, got tied up here.
This is Bloomberg.
So it ended up being a long. Where are we at? Trying to let's see, MS Trader. Even if all right.
Everybody, this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Masterton live at the Bloomberg Philanthropy.
LeviTX got himself 400
from the event in just a moment. In the meantime, quick check on the trade for you, and we've got stocks bouncing off our lows of the session, but Tim's still down about.
All right, so we're trying to get to my zone. So we went long in my zone. We went long. That was the long. We're going to touch this zone, and then let's see if we reverse, and then head back, and maybe this will be the real drop here.
Yeah, materials.
We're getting on to 3 o'clock, so we got maybe 20 more minutes to look for an entry.
Services. We do have 4 industry groups in the green right now. Energy higher by 1.4%. Consumer discretionary utilities and consumer staples.
Let's see here.
I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stanovic. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move on this Wednesday. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter.
All right.
She's back there at Bloomberg headquarters. All right. So, Alex, let's start with Micron Technology.
Hey guys, yeah, this is a stock that is down about 3% right now, even as it gave a forecast that was generally upbeat, kind of highlighting how lofty the expectations are from investors around AI. Fiscal first quarter revenue will be around $12.5 billion. That's above what Wall Street expected. The average was $11.9 billion, but some estimates went as high as $13 billion. Micron stock has, of course, doubled this year, rising at a faster pace than some of its peers, reflecting all the AI-fueled optimism. Strong results from Oracle and Broadcom also added to this frenzy and, of course, raised the bar for Micron. The stock, obviously is down even despite a generally good earnings report. CFRA research analyst said that Broadcom and Oracle results and also a slew of bullish sell-side reviews had raised the bar so high that everyone was preparing for a Micron blowout, rather. So this is why there's some disappointment around this.
Okay, Micron on your radar. Charles Schwab is also a stock that you are watching. What's going on with Schwab today?
Yeah, it is down today along with the broader market, but they did say today that they want to give retail investors access to private companies, given the fact that there is a growing number of firms that have been industry giants before even going public. This is according to their CEO, Rick Wurster. He cited financial technology company Stripe and, of course, artificial intelligence company OpenAI as billion-dollar companies that they want retail to be able to participate in. They also said that employees of these companies would love liquidity for their stock positions. And of course, this follows the likes of Robinhood, which of course was kind of a pioneer in giving retail investors more access to different financial products. They also had said that they want their clients to be able to invest in private companies.
I mean, Alex, you know this more than anybody, right? It's like everybody. It's all about private markets, and in particular, I feel like private credit, that even on the retail level now, everybody's kind of clamoring to figure out how to get it to their clients.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess this is just a sign of the times, given all the euphoria. When you've had such a run up in the public markets, it's no surprise that, investors and those offering financial products are trying to find a way to have their clients get into other asset classes as well, given the interest in private companies.
I was going to say, though, Schwab's had a nice run so far this year. I was looking at the DES page. It's up, Tim, about 25% year to date.
Alex, you mentioned that one of the reasons Schwab is looking into this is because of those high-flying AI companies. We've got an AI story that you're watching next. Microsoft on the move today.
Yeah, it is. So it is going to start using artificial intelligence models from Anthropic to help power its workplace AI stations. Business users of Microsoft's Copilot branded AI assistant will also be able to use this feature in addition to OpenAI, which they were using previously. Apparently, they'll be able to toggle between the two surfaces. Microsoft has taken kind of a leading position in commercializing AI for the workplace, largely thanks to that partnership with OpenAI, the startup, of course, behind ChatGPT. And it's interesting because Anthropic was founded by a former AI employee. And it also has been one of the largest competitors to OpenAI. So really interesting to see them also take this service on.
I love like the strange bedfellows or the odd bedfellows when it comes to AI. Like it's just everybody crisscrossing with one another. Alex, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Alex Semenova at Bloomberg headquarters. That, of course, is our Stock Movers podcast. Check it out. It's 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners, losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Hey, some breaking news. Crossing the Bloomberg terminal just minutes ago, Medline is considering filing publicly for its U.S. IPO as soon as late October. That's according to people familiar with the matter. What could be the biggest U.S. listing this year. Our team, including Bailey Lipschultz and Anthony Hughes, with this story on the terminal.
Blackstone, Carlyle, and a few others are some of its backers. So we'll see exactly how this one turns out. It's a medical supplies maker. So we've had a pretty busy IPO market this year.
Hey, we're going to have a pretty busy next 2 hours on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. From the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum, we've got a great program coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're going to hear from the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez. He's going to be in conversation with the Bloomberg News editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite. We're also all over everything that's happening with Climate Week, and we got a great group of guests coming to talk to us about how they're focused on climate resilience in this day and age.
Yeah, that includes the CEO of the New York Climate Exchange. We've also got the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP27. Remember, Climate Week NYC is kind of a lead-up to COP27. Do not go anywhere. Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues right here on Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A gunman opened fire at an ICE facility in Dallas this morning, killing
so let's see what happens here. I got time for an entry if things work out. So
Dallas Police Chief Daniel Como says when the officers got here,
yeah,
they found the suspected shooter dead from what they believe was a self-inflicted wound.
so we got close to my zone for the long. So the long was here to here. Now are we gonna pull back? Are we gonna pull back to my zone and then and continue the long, or is this going to be a reversal to the short? That's what we have to ask ourselves.
Is part of a pattern.
So are we going to pull back to this zone and go long again, or are we going to roll over? You know what I'm saying? Are we rolling over?
Allegedly on the shell casings or the bullets.
Yeah, right now there's nothing. There's nothing. To go long again, I don't know. I don't like the long again, to be honest with you. I don't even like this. I'm going to remove that.
Over Washington in January are suing the
So I got to wait for something to develop here. I keep missing it though because I'm working.
Attorney Bob Clifford.
The families will seek the answers to the very questions that they have. They will be seeking the accountability that they are owed.
Clifford said the crash was predictable and preventable. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met in New York today with Russia's foreign minister, a day after President Trump said Ukraine now has the possibility of regaining all of its territory in the war. CBS's Nancy Cortez at the White House.
What everyone is trying to figure out is what caused this change of heart. Is President Trump simply talking tough, trying to force Putin to the negotiating table after coaxing him there hasn't worked? Has he truly had an actual change of heart? Does he now have some new faith in the Ukrainians that he didn't have before? It's important to note that President Trump hasn't changed any underlying U.S. policy yet.
A new presidential walk of fame was unveiled at the White House today, and Stacey Lynn reports one picture will raise eyebrows.
The White House shared a video on social media of the West Wing colonnade, which now features a wall of portraits of every U.S. president, except one. In the spot where former President Biden's picture would be, there's a photo of the notorious auto pen instead. President Trump shared his plan earlier this month in an interview with the Daily Caller, telling them, quote, "This is going to be very controversial."
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower again today. The second day, the Dow is off 160 points. This is CBS News.
So I got to call that shit. All right, guys, I don't have anything right now. We're kind of caught in between. I mean, the forecast, you know, we got green. We're kind of pulling back. So the forecast is kind of like we're waiting for the rotation down to go long again. So that's kind of. So maybe we get a rotation down somewhere in this zone, and then we roll up and rock with the stochastics and try and take these out, maybe. But I've got nothing right this second. I got to make a phone call. I'll be back in a little bit.
Dylan says he was bounced over jokes about Saudi Arabia's alleged use of forced labor.
I literally said slaves are probably hard workers and, for the most part, agreeable. But they didn't like that.
The remarks were in a previous podcast. Dylan indicates it wouldn't have been part of his Riyadh routine. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Jimmy Kimmel returned to TV last night after his one-week suspension. Nearly 8 million people watched the show on YouTube as of this morning. The TV ratings will be released later. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Wednesday. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec. We are not at Bloomberg headquarters, just a few streets away. We're here at the Plaza.
We walked here.
In New York City.
It's not far.
We did. It wasn't a bad walk.
No.
It's a little hot and steamy in New York City.
It's really not like September weather.
It's not.
We're supposed to get a lot of rain tomorrow.
Yeah. All right.
But that's enough about New York City.
Yeah, no more weather forecast. Hey, we are at Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum. There's leaders. This takes place alongside the UN General Assembly when all the global leaders come to town. So it's global leaders, it's heads of state, it's business leaders, and it's really about discussing the most urgent challenges that are out there, really, and also what are the opportunities for all of leaders. So, yeah, this is what we're kind of focusing on.
In our first hour, we had some great conversations with the CEO of Sam's Club, the Walmart-owned Sam's Club. We also spoke with that former head of partnerships over at OpenAI. If you missed any of those, be sure to check out our podcast feed. Here at the forum, some great conversations earlier. We heard from Bill Gates. We heard from Adam Silver, commissioner of the NBA. Jane Goodall was here as well. Alphabet's Ruth Porat was here too. So lots of leaders. And you know what's cool? Walking around, you just like see delegations from pretty much every country in the world. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a really fun time in New York City in general. Hey, coming up though over the next 2 hours, we are going to hear from the Prime Minister of Spain, sitting down with our own John Micklethwaite, Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief. That'll happen in just a few minutes. And then again, we're really looking at this intersection of business, leadership, and then climate, which is still a very, very big issue when it comes to this event here at Bloomberg, but just the world at large.
Also takes on a new meaning given President Trump's comments at the United Nations yesterday. That's kind of the backdrop for our next 2 hours. We're going to speak with the CEO of the New York Climate Exchange. This is a new entity that is backed by $700 million in funding from public and private partnerships. We're going to talk to the CEO of that new organization. Also, Mahmoud Mohildin is UN climate change high-level champion for COP27. He's going to be joining us, and also the CEO of Canada's Bilateral Development Finance Institution is joining us in our 4 o'clock hour.
Okay, it's the last hour of trading. Let's send it back to New York City, get a check on the trade. Your top business stories. Here is once again Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all moving lower right now. 23-point drop on the S&P at 66.33. That's where we stand right now, down by about 0.4%. Wall Street's rebound failing to gain traction today as the rally that drove stocks to records keeps showing signs of exhaustion. The Dow down 178, down 0.4. NASDAQ right now down 0.4%. And again, to be sure, we've got the S&P down by 0.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, though, interestingly, is advancing, up now by 0.2%. 10 years currently yielding 4.14%, with a 2-year 3.59%. Gold down $43 the ounce, down 1.1%. The precious metal, $37.20 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil right now is advancing 2.2%, $64.83 a barrel. Alibaba ADR soaring 8% after the company said it will spend more than a previous 3-year investment budget on AI infrastructure, just as investors turn more positive on its push in the technology. The company also announced that software partnership with NVIDIA. Alibaba right now up 8.3%, NVIDIA down 0.7%. Barbara Reinhardt is Chief Investment Officer for Multi-Asset Strategies and Solutions at Voya Investment Management. And on surveillance this morning, she told us the AI rally is different from the 90s internet run-up.
A lot of people are starting to think about, is this like the late 1990s bubble where we had spent a lot of money on overinvestment in fiber, and fiber was being lit and there was dark fiber still to go. But you have to remember, many of the tech companies that were just propelling the market forward on the NASDAQ in the late 1990s didn't have the earnings power, didn't have the free cash flow power that the companies today have.
Voya's Barbara Reinhardt interviewed on surveillance. Again, Alibaba shares, they're up 8.3%, keeping it all in context. S&P down 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, we are live from the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum, as we said, taking place alongside the UN General Assembly. So we're going to be talking to some more leaders who have been here in town at the event. In the meantime, got to say that there is a lot going on in addition to the folks that we're talking to, but there's been folks up on the stage. We've had a lot of members, the global news team of Bloomberg News, who are in town, and they've been in and out of this event as well. One of the members of our local team, Joe Doe, he was here earlier at the forum. He is Bloomberg News economic statecraft reporter, and he joins us now. He is, though, back at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Joe Doe, nice to have you here. We've been checking with various members of the Bloomberg News team about what they're seeing, what they're hearing, talking to leaders, what's been of interest. And I'm just curious, you spent some time here. What did you pick up on?
Yeah, I mean, I can't get too much into it, but I think broadly the discussion I was having was around the questions of the current administration around climate-related projects. Obviously under this administration, and this is some reporting that I've done over the past 6 to 9 months with my colleagues, there are a lot of questions as to what's going to happen to IRA money that had already been spelled out as to where it was going to go. I mean, listen, under the current administration, it's not like they're going out and trying to make people feel comfortable if they're running say a solar panel project or a wind farm. And I think these are a lot of the questions that are happening around where you guys are right now, which is these big climate initiatives are going to move forward globally. And the question is, will the United States be involved? Somebody's going to do it, and the investors are there for it.
Yeah.
But that's one of the main questions and conversations I was having while I was over that way.
So that's like the backdrop for what our next 2 hours is, Joe. I'm glad you set it up for us this way, because if the U.S. is not involved, if the U.S. is not investing in this stuff, then can these countries go it alone? And if yes, they can go it alone, does it set the U.S. back, even if right now it doesn't look like it's a priority.
Listen, there was a big event back in March or April in Washington, D.C. around the battery materials industry. And a lot of the discussion was, are we going to make sure that we bolster the, EV revolution? Are we going to make sure we're bolstering the ability to store energy? There were a lot of tepid conversations around the room at that event, and it does feel like, listen, I'm not saying that the conversations that I had today, were as wide ranging as those conversations back then, but it still feels like the conversation is revolving around that, especially from the U.S. perspective. But listen, the investors are there. If there's money to be made, one of the things we've repeatedly reported, especially in the EV market, the electric vehicle market, is that China is a dominant player there, and they're not slowing down on EV production. And the question is, will the United States be there to match that, right? Because there's a global appetite for that. It's not just in China. It's not just in the United States. It's everywhere. And car companies are going to want to grab that market share.
It's interesting that you say that. There was a story on the Bloomberg this week, and it just talked about, I think it was a bunch of Western venture capitalists going to China and just really realizing what they are doing when it comes to renewables at large. And, the thing is, if we're not actively in a market, China's going to be quick to make sure that they are in it, especially if it's a market that's big and growing. So you do wonder if the U.S. turns its back increasingly, whether it's EVs or on renewables.
Right.
It's a problem. Tim just pulling it up. China road trip exposes list of uninvestable assets in the West.
Listen, I'll connect this to a story that we wrote up yesterday, right? Which is to say that the administration is not ignoring this. I think it would be wrong to say that they're just going to abandon these type of projects, right? We had a story with people familiar saying that a company called Lithium Americas, which runs the Thacker Pass lithium mine, they had received a more than $2 billion loan from the Department of Energy, and that loan was to be used towards capital to build a processing plant. And what's clear, based on our sources, is there are major questions within the DOE, within the government, saying, "Whoa, there might be some trouble here, right?" And that is that lithium prices globally are dropping, and they have been dropping. It's been a depressed market. And a large part of this is that China is coming in and kind of being the producer of lithium, the user of lithium. And so the government is showing that they do still think that this is strategically important, right? You and I, the three of us, have talked about strategic importance of critical minerals and materials. Lithium's one of those things. So that does show us the reporting that we ultimately had from that was that they are looking at a type of equity stake, the DOE in Lithium Americas running that mine, which suggests that, hey, listen, we see the importance of this mine. We don't want it to shut down. There's a concern that it would have to mothball. But if they take this position, the hope would be obviously that other investors would see the government's behind this. And it goes behind, we've seen this with the Intel investment from the Commerce Department. We've seen this with the MP Materials investment from the Defense Department. And I do think this shows you that the administration isn't just turning its back to things that, as we're talking about, are important in terms of energy transition, EVs, and all the rest, because ultimately these minerals do go into those projects and are central to those projects.
All right, and for those who are listening on radio right now, Lithium Americas, this stock's been up as much as 105% today, right now still with a 92% gain. Keep in mind, it's not even a $6 a share stock.
No, and yesterday was about a $700 million market cap company.
Yeah.
Today it's more than a $1.4 billion market cap company.
Yeah.
Joe, just 1 minute left. What can you tell us about Lithium Americas? They've got a Reno office, but they're also headquartered in Vancouver.
Right. Well, it's not uncommon for mining companies, especially of that size, to have headquarters in Canada, in particular Vancouver. Vancouver is a bit of a global headquarters for mining companies, especially junior mining companies or exploration companies. So that's not unusual, but this had been at one point considered one of the more promising deposits of lithium within the United States. And so that's why it's on the radar of the administration. That's why we're having the conversation that is going on in the backdrop right now with the DOE over this loan and what the United States may or may not take in terms of a type of equity stake in Lithium Americas.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Hey, listen, Joe, thank you so much. Always good to get your thoughts, especially, as you've been talking to various leaders here at the Plaza and just here in, for UN General Assembly, because you really get a good global perspective. That, of course, is Joe Doe, Bloomberg News Global Statecraft reporter.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really cool beat right now. Hey, coming up next, we're going to have a conversation with the Prime Minister of Spain. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index. We'll throw on the Russell 2000 index. All lower right now. Interestingly, though, on a down day for the rest of the market, our Mag 7 index is advancing up by 0.2%. But right now, the S&P down by just about 0.3%, down 23. We've got the Dow lower by 165, down there of 0.4%, and the NASDAQ Composite Index down 84 for NASDAQ. That is a drop there of 0.4%. The 10-year is currently yielding 4.14% with the 2-year 3.60%. Gold down 1.2%. 37.19 the ounce on the precious metal, pulling back from a record. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 64.83 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 1.5%, $113,636 on Bitcoin. Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer for Asset Management at PNC Bank, and on surveillance this morning, she said the top 10 big tech names do not have stretched valuations.
It's hard to bet against the top 5, 7, or 10 names, no matter how you slice and dice it. Our playbook is still very much leaning into U.S. over international, larger over smaller, even though we've started to see some signs of life in small as a function of some of the shift in monetary policy here. We still think larger rules the day.
Amanda Agati of PNC interviewed on surveillance. Speaking of smaller, Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down 0.7%. Amazon upgraded to overweighted Wells Fargo on greater conviction in the company's Amazon Web Services division. Amazon shares, they are down 0.3%, and Adobe cut to equal weight at Morgan Stanley on decelerating digital media annual recurring revenue. Adobe down 2.7%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, we're live here at the Plaza in New York City at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum. And again, hearing from leaders on really important issues. And of course, things come up like still the war in Ukraine and Russia. But I thought it was interesting to hear about how, building is, rebuild has certainly been going on. And, that makes sense, right, to make certainly some functionality in terms of that country. But, a lot going on.
The question of energy independence in the European Union is also a prominent topic. Given the challenges that the continent has had in recent years with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the cutting off of certain petroleum products coming from that part of the world, we saw prices just spike there in recent years. We've spoken to guests today talking about, hey, we got to figure out our renewable energy infrastructure because we do not actually have oil in the ground to extract or natural gas to extract to power our homes.
Yeah, I think this, I feel like so many conversations we've had about people really thinking about domestically, what do we need to have to make sure that we are safe and secure should crises erupt, or if there's situations where, we can't access whether it's raw commodities, supply chains, you name it. And so you really are seeing those build outs happen. The other build out that we've talked a lot about is what's going on with artificial intelligence, and certainly plays into every business that is out there. I think about our conversation with Chris Nicholas, President and CEO of Sam's Club. I mean, they certainly have been using AI for a long time, but talking about the consumer, the global consumer, they have a big presence in the United States, that consumers are still out there spending and that they're resilient, I think was the word that he thought, and they're certainly thoughtful in what they purchase.
Well, as you mentioned, Carol, we are live at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum taking place alongside the UN General Assembly in New York. It brings together heads of state, business leaders to address the world's most urgent challenges and opportunities. Among those challenges and opportunities is global sustainable economic development, and that's where Josef Sikela comes in. He's European Commissioner for International Partnerships. It's kind of exactly what it sounds like. He's charged with working with countries all over the world to partner on everything from infrastructure, finance, decarbonization, sustainable development, and more. Welcome. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
So your remit is big. It's global. How do you see this in the context of America first and the world, in some cases, turning more inward?
Well, my experience is slightly different. I don't believe in zero-sum games. I'm a former banker, and my experience is that all the business which is not to a benefit of all involved parties does not have a usually long life. And basically, I think Europe is the best proof because being built from scratch after the Second World War, the cooperation, the solidarity was basically one of the foundation of the success on the way to lifestyle superpower. In average, high salaries, high living standards. This is not a coincidence that from 30 most developed countries, based on the Human Development Index, 20 are European ones. And this is basically also the narrative we want to promote. Partnership of equals, mutual benefit, strategic alliances which should help to create jobs, to create supply chains, to open the access to the world markets to less developed countries, because this is about the value creation, but this is also about the fair access to critical raw materials, to more global security, to resilience.
Commissioner Sekela, I am curious, who's it easier to partner with, China today or the United States?
Well, I don't see, for example, Russia as a like an economic competitor or rival, because what they can offer is just bribes, weapons, propaganda, and lies. Yeah, in that they are good. China is basically plundering the partner countries. They are not investing in the future of the countries. They are interested to control the supply chain of the raw materials and to weaponize it. And this is not the way we want to go. And I had a very productive meetings here with you as representatives, and also with the senior advisor, with the advisor to President Trump on Africa. And this is not about US against Europe. This is about collaboration of guardians of democracy in order to ensure fair supply chains and about basically access to the critical raw materials in order to not allow the authoritarian regimes to weaponize it.
Your view on China really got my attention, how you described it. Do countries that China has partnered with in the past, and I'm thinking of the historic Belt and Road Initiative from the last decade and a half or so, do they share your view that do they feel like China plundered them?
Subsequently, I think the attention to the difference between promises and deliveries is increasing in the countries. And since I took over the responsibility for Global Gateway, the European Sustainable Investment Initiative, I'm traveling a lot. And to New York, I arrived from Pacific and from Africa, from Namibia. And yeah, sometimes I'm calling it Belt and Ring Trap. Because our attitude is to empower, not to impose, not to entrap. And there are simply examples, and Namibia is the best example where Europe is investing in education, in supply chains, in the economy of the future, in hydrogen production, in decarbonized direct reduced iron, which can be then used for production of high quality steel, for example, in Europe. When you take into account the structure of the trade between Europe and Namibia is very much diverse, and that there is a balance positive in favor of Namibia. What is China doing? China is investing the road to the mines and buying purely unprocessed raw materials and shipping them and sending them to China. Meanwhile, is China controlling 70% of the raw materials, and we have in Europe very negative experience with dependencies, and the bill for basically get rid of the dependence on Russian fossil fuels was extremely high and extremely painful. But we learned what does it mean if your rival is weaponizing the supplies of the fossil fuels or critical raw materials against you.
We unfortunately have to leave it there, but I wish we had more time, so I hope maybe in the future we can check in with you, because these are all super important issues and certainly something we know Bloomberg, the audience, and investors are watching very closely. Joseph Sekela, he is European Commissioner for International Partnerships. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Right now we want to head it back to another voice that is here in town. Pedro Sanchez, Prime Minister of Spain, joining right now. Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite there, live from the United Nations. That interview in progress. Let's listen in.
I think that we need to keep transatlantic bond and to strengthen that transatlantic bond. It is indeed true that we need to combine it with other policies, such as, for instance, trade diversification. That is why we've been very vocal in reaching this agreement between the European Union and Mercosur, which it will be definitely a game changer in our economic ties with other regions of the world. And second, what we need to do within the European Union is to do our homework, as the former central banker Mario Draghi always reminds us. And that means that we need to deepen single market, that we need to review our competition policy in order to scale up big companies in Europe and try to be, as good, as competitive as global corporations are in the US and other parts of the world.
It's very interesting, though. You look at what's happened. Your economy has grown very well, 2.7%. You look at what's happening in other countries on the periphery, like Greece. There is a very interesting thing. A few years ago, we were used to saying the periphery is the problem and the core is great. Now it's the other way around. France, Germany, Britain, barely growing at all. Do you think it is now the center of Europe that is the problem in the economy?
No, not at all. I mean, Germany is a big country, big economy, also France, and we always expect a positive, let's say, dynamic in their economies. But it is indeed true that from the south we can contribute to the economic growth of the European Union. So, for instance, when you see that 60% of the electricity generation in Spain comes from renewable sources, that means that we have a potentiality that we can contribute to the strategic autonomy.
You have problems exporting that, don't you, to France? Where they...
Yeah, well, okay, we need to interconnect better our grids, but we're trying to convince our friends in France to do so. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is that if you see the economic figures of the Southern Europe, especially Spain, that represent, and I said before, 30% of the total economic outcome of the European Union, that means that we have achieved many reforms that were demanded by the European Commission over the last years. So we have achieved to reform our labor market, our pension system, our educational system, and also our energy policy and digitalization, along with the contribution of migration. So it is true that these pillars also show that the economic background or pillars of Spain are quite solid if you compare it to previous periods such as the one before the financial crisis.
I'll ask you a selfish question from the point of view of all the foreign investors looking at this. Many people want to invest in Spain for all the reasons you said, but you want to introduce 100% tax on them if they want to buy a house there, a second home.
No, not at all, not at all. What we need to face is a real challenge that I think that across Europe and also in England, in the UK, you're suffering, especially the youth, but not only youth, which is the lack of or the impossibility to access to a house, or to emancipate in the case of our youth. What we did is for all British people or European people that want to buy a house for living, they won't pay taxes.
But if you don't.
Yeah, but this is the point. No? We need also to understand that we need to solve a problem of housing that we have in Spain. But all in all, if you see now the figures of the real estate sector and how we are speeding the process of construction in Spain is quite amazing. Nowadays, we have increased by 63% the construction of, let's say, public housing, whilst the private sector has increased like 13% during the last year.
Can I ask you a bit about the relationship between the economy and politics? The economy seems to be going very well for you. In politics, it's harder. Your party is behind the Partido Popular. You've also got Vox coming up, this much more right-wing outfit. And in the current polls, you would lose if at the election. What do you think the problem is? You've got a good economy, unlike most other European prime ministers, and yet you're still behind.
Polls are polls. I mean, of course, you have to look into it. You have to see. What I am defending is that, unfortunately, we're seeing not only in Spain but across Europe a political collapse of the center-right traditional parties, which, by the way, it started after the financial crisis with the failure of governments with all this rhetoric of austerity, banking and the financial rescue that we had to pay with taxes all around Europe. And what you see now from the center right is that they are copying not only the way of doing politics of far right, but also the contents. So you see now that they are like identifying migration with insecurity, which is a fake. It is not true. And by the way, as I said before, when you see the figures in Spain, you can see that we have the contribution of migration, but at the same time we're reducing unemployment rates in Spain. And there are sectors such as construction, agro-industry, or social services, or tourism, which in Spain are quite important, where up to 20–30% of the total workers comes from different countries and not Spain. So what we need to do is to face that we need migration, but for that migration what we need to open is a path of regular migration. And this is what we are doing with many countries in Latin America, also with the US administration, with the previous administration. We reached a very interesting program in order to have this circular migration coming from the US and of course some countries in North Africa. But all in all, the contribution of migration to the economic growth in Spain is quite positive.
Sounds as if you're bridling for that fight. So you will definitely lead the socialists in 2027 into the election.
Yeah, I will do it for sure. This is something that I have already spoken with my family and with my party, and if they allow me, I'm confident that we can repeat a majority and to keep the work ahead. No, but let me add, coming back to migration, that the dilemma that all Western societies we're facing is whether we open up and grow, or we close off and shrink. This is the real dilemma that we need to face. So the challenge that we have within the European societies is how do we integrate this migration.
Do you think it's easier in Spain because you get a lot of people from Latin America where everyone speaks the same language? That's at least part of the argument why you might have been better.
So when you listen to some center-right parties and the far right, they are saying, no, well, we need to expel all these migrants coming to our... Okay, so what we do with demographics? Because either you have how do you say, family policies?
Yes.
Plus migration, but they don't propose anything in these two policies. No migrants and less welfare state, and therefore less family policies. And that means social services, healthcare, social security, and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is that if we don't have this contribution of migration, what we will face in the coming years in Europe is that we have a stagnation. We won't have the capacity to grow, and therefore there will be more cuts in our welfare state. So this is something that we need to explain to our citizens, that if we articulate a positive migration policy, that would be for the good of the Europeans and the Western societies. So just to give you a figure.
Sorry, guys, everybody I've talked to in the last 2 months is showing up today. It's been the busiest day in 2 months here. So I'm trying to catch up and get back to the mic, but we got 6 minutes till MOC.
On legal basis. So we're talking about only 6%. And this is the reality. So I think that we need to fight and to give a positive, let's say, message about the contribution of migration to our societies and to our prosperity.
That will be a fascinating debate, which I'm sure every other European leader will get stuck in. Pedro Sanchez, thank you very much for speaking to Bloomberg. Back to you in New York. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. That, of course, is Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite there with the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez. One headline, several headlines actually coming across, but a big one.
Yeah, he says that he plans to run for re-election in 2027. That's a redhead cross in the Bloomberg terminal based on that interview he did with Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite. Also, the Spanish economic pillars are quite solid, he said. He said he needs to solve the
Mandatory order close. So at 10 till 4 Eastern, I'm on Eastern Standard Time. You're going to see fireworks because all the margin people got to close their positions. And they all start closing from 9:50 to 4 o'clock. Yeah. My short's working out now, damn it. See, I tried to front run it back here. I tried to front run the short right back here when it was when the forecast turned red. The forecast turned red, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to front run. And then I got a couple of spikes, and I got out with some profit. But I didn't get the real move. I didn't stay in long enough for the real move. But the trade would have been okay. But I don't think I'd have held this long anyway. I don't like holding this late into the day. But I had a good day. But these are evals too, so I went times 5 on the evals. So this is not the PA, but these are evals I'm working today.
And wrapping things up, Micron fell as much as 5%.
I keep hopping it up higher. I keep hoping it'll pop. Are you in a long, MS? Are you in a long, dude?
Bloomberg Global Business Forum. Once again, your hosts, Carol Massar and Tim Stanovic.
I don't know how much. I wouldn't hold that long into MOC.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic.
Because I think we're going to get a spike down and then maybe the move out. Yeah. Because there's not, like, if we bust this zone, I don't have nothing holding it up. You know what I'm saying? So pretty much my exit was going to be here in case we bounced out of this zone. But if we blow through this zone, we ain't got nothing holding it up. So we kind of got to see how it's going to run.
Lower for equities, Eric. What's the read today?
Well, we're coming off of a high on Monday, so it's just been sort of trending down slightly. We're sort of seeing some buying in energy, utilities, some industrial buying. Looks like there's an infrastructure trade going on. But really, since the Fed decision, there's been kind of just sort of a creeping around. And even this whole month, we haven't really seen a 1% move either way. So we're just kind of in a holding pattern waiting to see what comes next.
Yeah, I do think about the next catalyst, Eric, and I do think about, like, the countdown earnings are just around the corner, right? And so we'll hear again from companies, we'll hear from the C-suite, we'll be, listening to those calls with analysts and investors to get an idea of how CEOs are seeing it. Are they comfortable giving outlooks? Are they confident?
October 14th,
that's
Carol.
kind of, I know, JP Morgan, right?
Yep.
So, is that kind of the next big catalyst, Eric, in terms of maybe where at least the equity side of things go?
It's one of. Next week we're going to get Jefferies, and that's always a big read on kind of what banking looks like, and that sort of points to what you were talking about with October 14th and JP Morgan. But I kind of feel like we're waiting on the Fed. A lot of the movement before earlier this month was about enthusiasm for, and at the end of August, was about enthusiasm for rate cuts. And then a lot of people have been talking about, multiple rate cuts coming, and a bunch of the Fed speakers have kind of thrown some cold water on that. So waiting to see what the data shows, waiting to see what the Fed does, and waiting to see how long the cutting cycle
All right, guys,
lasts
2 minutes till
is
MOC.
kind of front of mind for what investors are thinking.
Oh, hey, here's your long SM or MS.
I was looking for some.
Here's your long. Hey, SM, you out there?
Take a look at the home builders. They were.
I see him. I was on the phone.
Still holding on to a gain of about 0.7%. We did get that new home sales number for the month of August here in the U.S. Fastest pace since early 2022. Likely, they say.
Finally freed from all the brainwashing. SM was in his college class getting brainwashed. I was saying hi to SM.
What they had to do to kind of juice the sales and make them happen. So not necessarily as upbeat as maybe the headline might have initially looked like.
Yeah, and some of that was driving industrial stocks. It's hard to read exactly what is going on in terms of housing and whatnot, largely because people are kind of locked in. So you're not I mean, with interest rates being where they are and people having 3% mortgages, you aren't going to see a lot of movement. So it's new homes, it's how much gets built, and it's where it's going to get built. And the stocks that tend to move on that are the builders and also are the industrials that are going to be doing that. And we're seeing some buying in that.
So some buying there. I'm curious about what you said about the rate cuts and potential rate cuts coming this year, because if we're starting to see some of the other Fed speakers throw some water on this idea, and look, we all know he's data dependent.
Yeah.
Carol. It's like, you have to live under a rock to kind of think that he's going to come out and say, okay, we know exactly what the rate path is going to be for the remainder of the year. No, that's not going to happen. Paisley Nardini kind of shared that with us earlier this week when she was on our show on Monday, Eric. When do we see that start to hit the equity market, though?
Well, so it's not just him. When we talk about Powell, it's the whole Fed board. So you look at who would be for more cuts regardless. And that's really, the three Trump appointees. Other than that, a lot of them are speaking in terms of being concerned about inflation. And so what we're going to be listening to is, first of all, we're going to be looking at all the data that comes in and seeing if prices are creeping up and seeing where that shows. And then if Powell starts sort of backtracking in his comments after the next meeting, and he starts backtracking on the growth being strong, and that we need to watch out for inflation, and suddenly people start thinking, wait a second, we aren't going to be getting the cuts that we get, there could be a bit of panic that sets in. Right now, I feel like we're in a holding pattern. And that really is sort of what you see when you see like these sort of muted moves. There isn't a real way to play, a big sweep unless you're betting on like an individual stock moving one way or another. But in terms of the index, it's really about these big technology stocks and where rates are headed.
Well, hey, Eric, speaking of big tech stocks, a redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal, Intel is said to ask Apple to invest as part of its comeback bid. That's just crossing moments ago. What's happening with shares of Intel?
Intel popping. It's up about 7% here as we head. We're just about 10 minutes away from the closing bell. So it's kind of, and we keep saying these tech companies, the frenemies, if you will, and the deals that are being made. Eric Weiner joining us to talk about the market close. It is just around the corner, folks. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic, and we are Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Livid X. I'm not sure. There is a delay, but I don't know how much. What happened? Did you go short? You want to be careful. You want to be careful trading the last half an hour of the day because it gets erratic too. So there's a reason why my trade box shuts off at 3:20 every day. It's because I don't trade the last 40 minutes of the day. Well, I will if I'm already in a trade, but I won't enter a trade because it's erratic. You know what I'm saying? It can get a little crazy. So what happened, Livid? Did you try and go short and it had already changed? Or did you get roped into this candle and thought you were gonna? I'm sorry, dude. Well, let me know what you did so I can kind of help you out so you don't do it again. Oh, hey, SM Trader looks like he posted a video in there. I'll check it out later too. C12H22011 gave back 500. Boo. Boo. What happened today, dude?
Typically, we're at the Bloomberg Interactive.
Did you get chopped up a little bit?
Not so today.
Nope, we're at the Plaza. We're at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum, and we're going to continue with conversations from the event here in New York City. In the meantime, we're keeping a watch on shares of Intel and Apple. Intel, all of a sudden, getting a
Okay.
on a story by our Ryan Gould and Leanna.
So you went long and you got leaned on a little bit. Usually the stream is pretty good, but I don't know. I don't know what the delay is. I mean, some days I've seen it better than others.
Can I just say, if you're like,
Usually it's pretty good.
Shareholders is the U.S. government.
Yeah.
Does your call get answered in a different way?
Probably.
When you call Apple and you say,
I'm watching it right now. It doesn't.
Are you interested in investing with us?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, this
Yeah, I know, dude.
No,
we talked about this last
Had plays set and they missed by a tick or two, so I FOMO'd into them or closed a leg out on the other leg, got hit as a. I know. I get it. I get it, dude. You got to be careful on that FOMO, man. I give a FOMO alert to C12H22011 has programming error. FOMO alert. FOMO alert.
Been concerned about the idea of not letting the free market.
Yeah, I know. I had that happen a couple times. You miss your entry or your take profit by 2 ticks and get your face ripped off. I know. Vitality. Hey, I've been using you as a background noise these past few days. I bought the Lilu promo last Friday, but really haven't had time to explore it yet. Will your videos help set up prop firm? I haven't made a video on setup yet, but I can help you right now and show you where to go, and all the instructions are there, okay? But my next videos are going to be how to set stuff up. I made a video on what a prop firm is, so you properly, I'm trying to, so people understand. I made a video on that. Are you in the Discord, Vitality?
No, I'm looking at the reporting that we've got by our Bloomberg News team, and it says, even with financial support, the challenges for Intel are rather daunting. They talk about,
You there, Vitality? Okay, yeah, it's linked at the top. I'm putting all my videos and stuff in there. It's like I work full time, dude, so I'm trying to make a video a week. I made one last weekend that explains what a prop firm is, and I'm going to make some adjustments to it. So as I make videos and you watch them, if you have recommendations that would make them better, please put them in comments and I'll go back and do it. Because I've got everything memorized, so sometimes new people will think of things that need to be explained different than I automatically might understand it. So I need to know that. But if you go to lilutrading.com and go to knowledge base, okay, if you want to screenshot this,
Why is it in Apple's interest to?
I'm on the ES.
Those are all really good questions.
Oh, Discord, it should be linked. It should be pinned at the top. It's not.
It's not like Apple. It sounds
It's
like
not pinned.
just say, nope, we're good. We don't even want to have a conversation. So I don't know.
Did it come undone? All right, let me post it again. Give me 2 seconds.
Was it an hour or so ago? And just talking about AI and just
It must have come unpinned.
And the companies that are, taking positions in one company like an OpenAI, but then also maybe now with an OpenAI competitor. And I don't know. It's just
I know when you're with
to see
me,
how it's
time
all
flies,
working
Carol.
out.
But we're about to be in our final hour of the
We
program,
are.
so it's been 2 hours.
It is. I know.
Okay?
I'm kind of losing.
But I know it
There
only
you
feels
go.
like an hour. I know it only feels like
So, there's not a ton of stuff in there now, but I'm going to be working on it. And some people hang out and talk about stuff in the channels. But,
Quick look at what the stock is doing. We saw it pop up about 6-7%.
all right, C12, I'm glad to see you're green, man.
A pop up on that news, and we
And FOMO's the worst. FOMO's as bad as having a bias. I get it. All right, so that's the Discord. Do you see the ES right here, or the stream right here, Lilu support?
do not go anywhere. The close coming your way in just a moment.
So you're going to go to the knowledge base, which is right here, and then you're going to go to connection guides. And first step, this will give you everything to set it up. So you should have got an email that has your username and password for Lilu, and then you'll set up Rhythmic first, and then you'll set up NinjaTrader. If you already have NinjaTrader, then you'll add Lilu to the connections. You know what I'm saying? Let me know if you're with me.
From the closing bell, repeating and resetting our top stories. Sources tell Bloomberg Intel has approached Apple about securing an investment in the ailing chipmaker. All part of efforts to bolster its business. Intel shares, they're surging now by 6%.
Hey, I got a call.
Apple, though,
Okay. All right. If you have trouble, hop in and let me know, or go on Discord. I watch Discord and I can answer, not like 24/7, but, if I'm not streaming, I'll try and see what I can do to help you out. But I got a call right now, guys. I'll be right back.
The story breaking moments ago. We do have Intel shares surging 6.2%. By the way, year to date, the stock is up 55.4%. Apple remains lower now, down by about 0.9%. A down Wednesday here with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all going to finish in the red right now with the S&P down 17, a drop of 0.3%. S&P now at 66.39. The Dow ahead of the closing bell down 155, down now by about 0.3%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index down 70 for NASDAQ. That is a drop of just about 0.3%. Our Mag 70 index moving higher, up 0.3%. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude oil trading higher by 2.2%. Spot gold down 0.9%, with a 10-year yielding 4.14%. Right now, there you have it. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Wednesday. Folks from S&P Global getting the honors as they ring that closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all finishing the session in the red. Stocks selling off with the S&P moving lower from a record, down 19 at the close, lower by 0.3%. Again, repeating our top story, a whole lot more coverage coming up. Sources tell Bloomberg Intel has approached Apple about securing an investment in.
Hey, Brittany, how you doing?
Bears repeating, we did see Intel shares surge 6.4%.
Very good, very good. Are you ready to start to get it set up?
By 0.8%. We got you covered on this developing story, and for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. We are continuing on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We are live at Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum here at the Plaza in New York City. So we've stepped out of studio to really tap into some of the leaders that are in town. They're talking about major issues, AI, climate change, infrastructure, so much going on. And I feel like everybody's watching kind of the tech race, which I think about the story that just crossed about maybe Intel and Apple are talking. Maybe Apple makes an investment in Intel. We're going to get the lowdown on that in just a moment.
Yeah, we are. In the meantime, we got a great program coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're going to speak with the CEO of the New York Climate Exchange. He's standing by. Also, Mahmoud Mohildin, UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP27, and the CEO of Canada's Bilateral Development Finance Institution is going to be joining us in just a few minutes.
Our global view and perspective continues in just a moment. But first up, everybody's watching what's going on with global technology companies, and we are watching so much in terms of what's going on with Intel. The stock shooting up in the last 15, 20 minutes. This on a headline that crossed that Intel has approached Apple about securing an investment in Intel. This is according to people familiar with the matter, part of an effort to really bolster a business that is now partially owned by the U.S. government. Don't forget that.
And you, Carol.
Yes.
You're a taxpayer.
You, me,
Okay.
we all own a piece of Intel. Ryan Gould and Leanna Baker of Bloomberg News reporting this out. Ryan is Bloomberg News deals reporter. He's back at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Ryan, what's going on and what do we know?
Yeah, I think it's great to be with you guys, first of all. But I think, the news of the day is that we can report that Intel has approached Apple about securing a potential investment in the chip maker. This obviously comes on the back of both the US government investing in Intel directly, one of its largest shareholders, and also would potentially follow a $5 billion investment from both NVIDIA and a $2 billion investment from SoftBank. I guess one way to put this all together is, Intel is on the comeback. And exactly what that comeback looks like, well, maybe it's a little too early to tell, but they're definitely being proactive about it.
A line in the piece from you and Leanna really sticks out. It's the fact that a longtime Intel customer, Apple was, but it switched to in-house processors in the past 5 years. It's unlikely that Apple would switch back to Intel processors in its devices. What's in this for Apple?
Yeah, I feel like a 3-year-old or 4-year-old. Why? Why are they doing this?
Well, why would they? They're not necessarily doing it. Like,
no,
why would Apple do this?
I think, Tim, you mentioned that line, but I think one of the other lines that is worth drawing attention to in the story is that Tim Cook appeared at the White House not so long ago, just a few months ago actually, and stood in front of Donald Trump and pledged $600 billion of investment in the US over the course of a 6-year period. I mean, that's no sort of small amount of money. I mean, when you think about their announcement that Apple made with regard to the Corning, longtime Apple glass supplier, for $2.5 billion, I mean, you're kind of looking at Apple and thinking, okay, this is a company, this is Tim Cook wanting to be on the right side of Donald Trump. And, what does that look like for Intel? Well, maybe, think about things like tariffs, think about things like onshoring manufacturing, think about things like what does it mean to be made in the USA?
So is this more an Apple story or an Intel story? Or a little bit of both, just to wrap up here?
I think this is more of an Intel story for sure. I mean, to be sure, Apple doesn't need Intel. It's the other way around. And so this is definitely an Intel story. But I think, to underline all of this, this is about Intel being proactive. And, when you've got the US government as one of your largest shareholders, I think that's definitely a message that you would want to convey to people watching on the outside that, now's the time to get serious about our future.
All right, good stuff. There's so much in this story. It is a Bloomberg exclusive, so we highly recommend you check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Ryan Gould joining us, Bloomberg News Deals reporter back there at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City.
Apple does have, according to the financial analysis tool on the Bloomberg terminal, $55.3 billion in cash equivalents, and short-term investments. So not the hundreds of billions of dollars that, it has had in the past, but it's got still tens of billions.
The story has legs. We'll wait to see what happens next. Right now, Tim and I, we are here at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum. It's also Climate Week in New York City. And so even though maybe the narrative, we've seen some pushback when it comes to climate, we certainly heard that from President Trump in his address to the UN yesterday. There are more than 1,000 events happening in Climate Week New York City, and there's so many leaders that are involved in this and looking at this issue, and that includes our next guest, Stephen Hammer. He is Chief Executive Officer of the New York Climate Exchange. We should know Bloomberg has supported the New York Climate Exchange through funding with Bloomberg Philanthropies, providing a significant donation, and they've collaborated on events as well. So full disclosure, as we like to be. Stephen, thank you so much and your patience as we were dealing with some news. You're formerly of the World Bank. You were manager of climate policy. Talk to us about the New York Climate Exchange. It's new, and you've got $700 million in funding. It's backed by public and private entities. I don't know that everybody knows what it is, so lay it out for us.
Well, Carol, Tim, thanks very much for the opportunity. I mean, let's put the exchange in context. You were saying that this is an extraordinarily important week in terms of New York and climate discussions. We have thought leadership that has been coming out of City Hall, thanks to Mike Bloomberg, thanks to subsequent mayors, for years. We've got thought leadership coming out of Wall Street. We've got academic expertise at universities around the city. The exchange is an idea that we can do more, that we can build on all of that and capitalize on in a way that only New York can. And we can go even further, even faster on climate issues if we rally all of those resources together.
We may have that coming from the city and coming from Wall Street, but coming from the administration, we don't have that right now. We heard this yesterday in the president's speech at the United Nations. He referenced the green scam. He said, if you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. He called climate change the biggest con job ever perpetrated on the world. How does that make your job harder?
So there are 133,000 people who are already working in the green economy in New York City. That's a fact. That economy is growing. This is a city that is attracting more climate entrepreneurs to build out climate tech as a sector that, again, it capitalizes on the knowledge economy. It capitalizes on access to Wall Street. It capitalizes on access to the universities who are around here. That is momentum that will not stop. We had an event on Governor's Island. That's the future home of the exchange, a big home on Governor's Island. We had an event there this morning where we launched our climate tech fellows. These are people who are coming out of universities. They are academic, they are faculty, they are students, they are postdocs, researchers. They have an idea. They have a solution. What they need is some help in getting that to market. And so we are, again, rallying the resources that New York can bring, that our partners can bring, because as a consortium of 11 universities, major corporations, 33 community organizations around the city, all of those resources together make us very unique as an ecosystem that people can build on, that we can generate different kinds of conversations, we can provide different kinds of access to accelerate the deployment of those solutions.
So it's not just money, but it's also the sharing of ideas and what have you done? How do you do it? That's how you get progress.
There's a lot of things that you can say link to the idea of exchange.
Right.
And we are, again, in a place that has long been a source of capital exchange, right? But knowledge exchange. New York has long been looked to as a home of big ideas, leader in culture, leader in finance. And we want to be building on that. I also think you want to think about, it's not just about Climate Week. It was Fashion Week last week. It was the U.S. Open a couple of weeks before that. People come to New York for a variety of reasons. We have the opportunity to bring climate into virtually every kind of conversation to engage people who wouldn't normally be here during Climate Week.
Well, and I think about, if you go and you Google what you guys are up to, and it talks about the intersection of finance, science, and policy. And I'm just curious how that intersection looks like right now. I mean, it gets a narrative where it feels like there's pushback, as Tim mentioned, with President Trump. That's one view, but it's an important view, and the world looks at it. But I'm just curious, that intersection, how does it look like? What's guiding it? Is it the finance side? Is it the science side? Is it the policy side?
So I was at the World Bank for 11 years. You learned that a lot of things are really contingent upon the availability of money to actually pay for those big ideas.
As we say, follow the money.
Exactly.
With most things.
And so one of the things that we know we're going to have finance as a big focus of ours, because, but is it finance, as the conversation here has been,
right,
finance targeting the global south? Is it finance targeting the technology transition? Is it finance targeting how homeowners in low-lying parts of Brooklyn can pay for flood resilience or pay for better air conditioning systems for their homes? You have wholesale, you have retail. We need to be engaging on a variety of conversations reflecting those different needs.
Hey, got a bit of a moonshot question for you to end on. We spoke to Toby Rice. He's the president and CEO of the American natural gas company EQT earlier this week, and he was talking a lot about carbon capture technology. Are we there yet?
Oh, no, far from it. I mean, look, there are companies that have clearly shown they can do it, but not at scale. And given the volume of capture that's required, given the amount of carbon that we continue to pump into the atmosphere, we are a long, long way.
Like
but
a decade?
Oh,
Decades?
more than that. I think more than that.
Do we have that time?
That's the concern. And so that's why we need to keep focusing on reducing emissions. We need to keep focusing on the existing technology transition, taking advantage of what we already know we can deploy very cost effective.
I've got to get my 22-year-old off my back of blaming me for like all that ails us,
Yeah, it's not
including
gonna
climate.
happen. Sorry. You're
They're
stuck,
good
Carol.
advocates.
They are good advocates. She keeps us honest. That's for sure. Keeps me honest. Stephen Hammer, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate you sitting down with us. Chief Executive Officer of the New York Climate Exchange. As we mentioned, Bloomberg is a supporter. Bloomberg Philanthropies is a supporter of the New York Climate Exchange. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. We're going to continue with some conversations from here on a day where, we're talking about some big macro issues, whether it's AI, whether it's climate. These are all things that leaders are having to deal with. At the same time, we've got a market that's taking a bit of a breather.
Yeah, stocks finished lower on this Wednesday afternoon. The S&P 500 down 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.3%. The Dow down 0.4%. One stock that did move higher today, though, Intel. This after the Bloomberg News team reported that the company Intel has approached Apple about securing an investment in the chip maker. This is according to people familiar with the matter. This part of efforts to bolster a business that's now partially owned by the U.S. government.
Don't forget, tomorrow is kind of an important one in terms of U.S. economic news. We were teeing it up certainly last week and earlier in the week. We do get a read on inflation, so we'll see about the concerns, the inflationary concerns that Fed Chair Jay Powell has talked about a lot. So we'll get that tomorrow. We'll also get another read on the labor market with weekly jobless claims. So again, we'll get a better feel of, where the Fed might be when the next meeting comes up. But these are important statistics.
Well, we're live from Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum 2025 here at the Plaza Hotel in New York. It brings together heads of state and business leaders to address the world's most urgent challenges and opportunities. Many would argue those challenges include what's happening in the climate. I want to bring in Mahmoud Mohildin. He is the UN Climate Change high-level champion for COP27. That was back in 2022. Also former World Bank Senior Vice President and former Minister of Investment in Egypt. Welcome to the program. We spent a lot of time today thinking about climate in the context of the message that was heard yesterday at the United Nations in the message from the President of the United States at the United Nations yesterday. What were you thinking when he called climate change a con job?
Well, I see it around the world, especially in many of the emerging markets, countries of the global south, in Europe, in Latin America. It's moving, progressing, despite the political statements and political hurdles, because it's becoming today more affordable, comparing what you can produce of electricity from renewables compared to fossil fuel. So it makes sense just to compare the cost. So people are progressing towards decarbonization and investing in renewables because it's much more affordable and cost effective.
So the market is making this decision for countries.
Absolutely. And a few weeks back, what gives us hope, based on some interesting big read article from the Financial Times, that what gives us hope is technology, innovation. What we were producing at multiple of costs 10 years ago, each time we try to cite a figure, we get corrected because of the lowering of cost when it comes to electricity. I wouldn't dare saying that about the cost of adaptation. So as you know, climate change had those two wings. The mitigation part, or investing in decarbonization renewables, that's becoming more affordable. But when it comes to adapting countries, societies, and economies to the climate change and its risk, here we need to mobilize more public finance, because the cost return is not really as straightforward when it comes to commercial market basis compared to decarbonization.
Mahmoud, one thing I want to ask you. So there was President Trump, an hour address to the UN General Assembly out there.
I was there. Yeah.
You were there. And some very strong words when it came to climate change. I am curious, when you have conversations with members of the administration, are they as opposed in terms of U.S. strategy, what they talk about U.S. strategy, being opposed or not supportive of policies to stem climate change?
Members of the U.S. administration follow their leader and their
I was curious if backdoor conversations.
But we see as well some practical, pragmatic statements, like a recent statement that came out comparing investing in renewables in the form of solar versus wind farms. So there was a kind of a statement that tells us, well, you can invest better in solar. And then there is a great deal of investments as well in innovation when it comes to batteries, storage, and all of that. So we see some opportunistic approaches and more pragmatic approaches, but not really to oppose the strong statements coming from their boss.
Can I ask you, in terms of COP this year, I'm just curious how COP will work this year in such an active kind of climate hostility that we see from the United States?
Well,
is that a problem not having maybe?
Of course it is. For the biggest economy in the world, with the great deal of dynamism, inventions, innovation that could really help not just the United States, but the rest of the world, we are missing a lot. But having said that, two things. Finance for Development Conference in Seville that took place a few weeks ago. Right. It was fantastic. It was successful. It delivered. It was all the world minus one. So that gives hope. The second thing, the preparation for COP30 when I was in Rio and their Climate Action Week, great deal of dynamics, participation, not just at the leaders level, but community, private sector, civil society. So it is happening. So again, the world minus one.
You've spent a lot of time thinking about emerging and developing economies.
Yep.
And here in the U.S., with the dismantling of USAID, with the pullback in foreign aid, this narrative has seemed to emerge, which is basically like, why should we be sending money to countries outside of the United States when there are people here in the U.S. that need that money? What would you say to that?
Well, there is an evolution of thinking. At the beginning of start of the aid, there was the issue of consideration of others, and there's some sort of altruistic behavior that we need to help the rest of the world, the countries, the rich economies. And there was some elements as well of compensation, especially from the colonial powers that, we exploited the resources of these poor countries, so let's help them. And then it came as well issues related, let's do the help, because we will benefit more even if a kind of self-interest will like stability, we like bigger markets, we like people to follow the same kind of standards, and we need to eliminate forced migration. So there was a kind of mix of ideas between positive and negative. But then we are in a new world now, and I think it's very much the end of official development assistance as we know it.
You do?
Yes, of course. Not just from USAID and its disappearance suddenly, but actually from other sources as well.
So what does the world look like, particularly the developing world, in this new era?
It depends really where you are addressing the issue. There are many countries, including my brothers. I'm an African, I'm an Egyptian. My brothers from South Sudan, for instance, or Burundi, they are more dependent on external help and support when it comes to their budgets. Other countries would use aid as a kind of catalytic help to help in bring in the private sector, elements of innovation, blended finance, so they will survive without aid. But other countries that are more dependent, especially in humanitarian work, human development, they need really to get new sources, including from philanthropies.
Would you argue that there is a soft power element still to this as well, that there is a benefit for, and look, I think this was an example used in a New York Times article months ago.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Like, a bag of rice shows up. It has an American.
Okay, I'm finally caught up, guys. What's up, LividX? It's done for today, man. I wouldn't do anything until tonight. It kind of looks like we're going to roll over. Looks like the VWAP's going to hold it down and roll over, but I you can't really do anything when there's no volume.
Aid is basically prioritizing what the nationals and the communities are pushing for and hoping for. This is a good thing. If it is a catalyst for transformation, it's a great thing. But if it is crowding out public finance, if it is crowding out private sector, then you have other considerations. So there could be some sort of blessings in disguise when we are addressing these kind of changes.
China has been in the past certainly very aggressive when it comes to providing funding, especially for the developing world. And I just do wonder, in an absence of other developed nations helping out the developing world, does China step up its efforts? Is that a problem?
Yeah, it's like the old rules of nature and physics. When there is a gap, there will be a vacuum. You'll find somebody trying to help you. We see the role of China is rising, the role of many of the middle powers rising, the role of regional powers is rising as well. So, and the role of foundations, philanthropies, not just the big names that we are familiar with, but some of the smaller ones coming from the regions. And this comes associated with benefits, including soft power, the issue that you mentioned. Or you cannot really draw a line now between what's aid and what's promotion for investment or promotion for exports. So there will be some serious spillovers given this kind of sudden cut.
Is the money getting to the emerging world? that needs it in terms of certainly when it comes to climate initiatives where they are so vulnerable?
No. The development finance system and the climate finance system, I described it before when we were preparing for COP27 and after that, has been insufficient because there is a widening gap, inefficient because it takes forever until you mobilize funds, and unfair because of cost. And we still suffer from the same problems now. Well, perhaps better public-private partnerships with the support of philanthropies, we can mobilize funds in a better way.
Mahmoud, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so
Good
much
to
for
see
having
you.
me. Thank you.
Mahmoud Mohildeen, UN climate change high-level champion for COP27. That was back in 2022. Also former World Bank senior vice president, former minister of investment in Egypt. He's joining us on site at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum 2025 at the Plaza Hotel.
All right, Mark, it's been closed for about 22 minutes. Just a reminder of where we wrapped up on this Wednesday. Let's toss it back to Bloomberg headquarters and our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio and to Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Carol Master. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The story broke at 3:48. Big red headline on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Sources tell Bloomberg Intel has approached Apple about securing an investment in the ailing chipmaker, all part of efforts to bolster its business. Deals reporter Ryan Gould co-wrote the story for Bloomberg News.
This is more of an Intel story for sure.
Hey,
I mean, to
Manuel,
be
this
sure,
is,
Apple,
this is Sean
Apple
from
doesn't need
QuickBooks,
Intel.
just trying
It's
to
the
get a
other way
hold of you so
around,
we
and
can
so
set you up.
this is definitely an Intel
I'm
story. But I
emailing
think
you now,
to
so just
underline all
email
this,
me when you're
this
ready
is
for
about
me to call
Intel
and
being
I'll call you
proactive.
right away.
When
I
you
don't
put
have
the
any
U.S.
other
government
calls
as one of your
today,
largest
so
shareholders, I think
should
that's
be able to get
definitely a message that you would want to convey to
All right, I'll talk to
people
you in a little
watching
bit.
on the outside that now's the time to get serious about our future.
The Deals reporter Ryan Gould breaking down the story on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. By the way, those sources say Apple and Intel have discussed how to work more closely together. Today, we did see shares of Apple declining today, while we also saw shares of Intel advancing. Intel was up 6.2%.
All right, guys. All right.
Today, by 0.8%. Indeed, a move lower for the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq today.
Crazy day
Down
today.
by roughly 0.3% on the S&P, wrapping up the Wednesday session.
I had
at
so much going on.
637, retreating from a record, the Dow down 171.
I got to catch up. Man, maybe tonight I'll spend some time catching up my trade journal. Hey, AC Borg. What's up, brother? Did you have a good day today, man? Did you get some trades in? There were a couple of decent setups today, I think.
37.32 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude.
YOLO. It's too late. You missed MOC, man. If you're going to YOLO, that's when you do it. Here, I'll give you one of these. I'll give you a full port. Hold on. Full port Friday.
Back we go to the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Business Forum at the Plaza Hotel in New York City. Once again, your hosts, Tim Stanovic and Carol Masser.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Carol Masser, along with Tim Stanovic.
All aboard.
Here at Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum. We're going to continue with some great conversations.
Did you get some green today or what, man?
To address the world's most urgent challenges and opportunities. Among those challenges and opportunities is sustainable economic development, and that's where Lori Kerr comes in.
Hey, SM, I see you're still hanging around.
Canada. It's Canada's bilateral development.
A VIP?
She joins us on set here at the Plaza Hotel. How are you?
I'm great. It's really great to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
It's good to have you here. I feel like our conversation
What do you mean
is a lot
VIP?
different than our conversation last year. If we were to have that, we're going to get to that in a minute. You invest in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, in a world that many would argue is turning inward. How do you convince Canadians that what you're doing?
Were you taking shorts or longs most of the day?
Some of the recent,
Hey, AC Borg, what do you mean a VIP?
of our own Prime Minister
VIP.
certainly recognizes that when developing countries prosper,
Can I get a VIP?
it's a time to really lean into global
Too many
partnerships
longs?
to build resilience. And
Yeah, I mean, you know what? At the end of the day, I took one trade, and guess what rule I broke?
Because I'm sure there's a lot of folks saying.
I was on the phone most of the day with customers. It was like a stupid busy day today, man. It was like people came out of the woodwork. I didn't even take any new leads today. Yes, that's the one I broke. That's the one I broke, man. I broke that rule. And you know what? I got out of it alive. I got out of it okay. I got like 3 or 4 ticks.
So in 2018,
But I took some heat at the beginning.
and now they
I took some heat. I'm like, oh, fuck, I hope SM's not watching. He's going to give it to me.
is dispersed across 16 renewable energy projects. 6 of them are already in operation. So that's renewable energy on grids. That's diversification of energy matrices. That's supporting local economic
Type
growth.
VIP
So really
username.
having a positive impact. So
You want me to make you a VIP of the channel?
how using public
SM's a
resources,
VIP.
development finance can really mobilize private capital.
SM's been with me since there was like, it was just me and SM and Snooze.
Can go hand in hand.
And Jay Shades, you were here when Jay Shades was here, right?
The potential economic effects of a pullback in aid by the United States and other countries filling that gap. But as we just heard, just moments ago, we were speaking with Mahmoud Mohildin, who basically said,
Oh, well, you're a mod then. That's higher in VIP, right?
being helped by other countries
Icy Borg.
is over in his view. Do you agree with him?
Interesting. So what I would say, it's definitely
You got to hang out a little longer, man.
positioning, right? I think we've for the last, 15
Who do I have
years,
for VIPs already? I don't even know.
and the
Let me
era
look.
is changing for sure. So there's disruption in this system. Again, I do think that there are many countries that are still
I don't
looking
even know
to
how to
play
look.
their part, believe that there is a role, like Canada believes there is a role for Canada to play in development. So it's a reordering, it's a reawakening, and it's much more about partnership, I think, going forward.
Do you think about it from an immigration perspective at all? The idea that if you are able to improve conditions in
Jay
other
Shades is the only
countries,
VIP.
who live in those countries will not feel forced migration?
Absolutely, I think
I haven't seen him in forever, man. His wife must have told him he can't go on the computer anymore.
In terms of the immigration issue, but certainly, one of the value added of supporting local market growth and local market development through the
I'm trying to figure out where to look to see that. I remember seeing it. Overview, achievements, summary.
You actually provide export opportunities.
Community roles.
When you provide
Roles.
good jobs,
That's it.
people are happy to stay at home and work and thrive in those local economies. So
That's not true. That's not true at all. Wives are never happy, and if you try and make them happy, currency pairs. What are currency pairs? Jay Shades is a VIP. Steakmeister is a moderator. AC Borg. Can I make as many VIPs as I want?
Finance world, it's been a huge disruption. I mean, the U.S. has been such an enormous player in development finance, as I said earlier. So we're all having to reposition ourselves. It's providing a lot.
Snooze hasn't been around in a while.
Impetus,
Maybe he's taken.
For collaboration amongst the DFI community. So the bilateral DFIs were a humble.
But we might have been talking about Russia one day, and he got mad. He's from Estonia. Can't carry trade.
Well, who else is stepping up with you and you feel like
I prefer currency pairs. Oh, like
what other
are you talking about Forex? You're confusing the shit out of me.
Work a lot with so the bilaterals. So for example, with Proparco in France, with British International Invest in the UK.
Hey SM, how should I go about making somebody a VIP? Like, what should be the criteria?
So, I mean, there's a number of the European.
Because I just don't want to give it away to people that just showed up, because people like you and some other guys have been hanging around and like with me since the beginning.
$1 million worth of transactions to 2 banks in Central America.
What do you mean carry trade?
In Guatemala, so we're providing a $75 million loan. Guatemala is one of the most climate vulnerable countries.
Yeah, Lord Titty should be a VIP. I'm going to make Lord Titty a VIP right now.
So climate smart agriculture and green buildings, and then the other.
All right, it's your job to decide if somebody gets to be VIP SM, okay?
Honduras, and that's one of the poorest countries in Central America.
That's your job. If you say they're a VIP, they're a VIP. Yeah.
As well as small and medium-sized enterprises.
You're the gatekeeper.
Small and medium-sized enterprises and women-owned and women-led micro and small.
Because I mean, I always think about all the micro lending and stuff that you do for women, right? And
Hey, can you make sure I got the right Lord Titty here?
Family in particular.
How do you make sure that the money is used efficiently?
Yeah, you gotta like get through SM to be a VIP, dude.
That went out where you'd find that grants that went to certain organizations.
A bunch of people come up when I do that.
There's not sort of a
fraud.
Yeah, I didn't want to say fraud. I just want to say there's somebody who sort of takes more than they're supposed to.
Sure. So, I mean, we're in the commercial financing business, right? We provide financing and investment. We have a higher risk appetite.
Because there's no picture. Doesn't he have a picture by his thing?
We want to support commercially viable solutions.
Oh, refresh it. I just added Lord Titty, but I want to make sure it's the right one.
Sort of the rigor and vigor around the impact and the reporting. So
I haven't seen him today.
We have the measures and the metrics to actually.
Is this our Lord Titty?
Make sure that we're getting.
That's what I'm asking.
The information back, the data back.
Hey, Seaborg, if you hang out a while and SM says you're cool, then I'll make you a VIP, but not until then. But I like you hanging around anyway, so. Are you talking about, when you say currency pairs, are you talking about?
Did we run out of time?
We ran out of time.
That was fast.
You're talking about Forex, right? And what's carry trade mean, if you don't mind?
Chief Executive Officer of FinDev Canada, joining us
Where'd you bounce?
at the Bloomberg Philanthropy
Oh, you're here.
Hey, just a few minutes. We're
Hey, explain to me what you mean by that, dude.
The move. Speaking of stocks that moved today, the S&P 500 fell 0.3%, as did the Nasdaq Composite. The Dow down 0.4%.
We get some reads on the labor market in the United States, also an inflation read tomorrow, so that will certainly impact what we see in terms of trading, potentially, especially if there are surprises. Do not go anywhere. We're continuing right here on Bloomberg.
Yeah, but is that him or is that a different Lord Titty? How can we confirm it's like our Lord Titty? Are you okay? You're sure? Okay. All right, cool. All right. Carry trade is an investment strategy where a trader borrows money in a low interest rate currency and invests it in higher interest rate currency to profit. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. So our interest rate's kind of high right now compared to usual. So who has a lower or higher interest rate than the US dollar? So what would, oh, okay. So you don't really, so you don't like Forex? Oh, so that's not Forex, right? What you're talking about is not Forex. Okay. The actual currency. Okay. Oh, you can do that? Like, is there like, is that like a margin play, or is that like you buy a position and over time you get paid the yield? Like, and then hope it doesn't rip your face off by switching direction. Okay, like do you buy it physically or do you buy it in an exchange? Is it an exchange? I mean, nobody buys it physically, but you know what I think. In a bank in each area. So is there a place you log in to do this, or is this like a instrument, or not an instrument, like a fund, or is this a fund or something, or is there? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me, SM? You don't get ads because you're a moderator, right? Are you back? Hey, SM, do you get the ads? Do you get ads, SM? So how do you leverage it against it? Is there... Is it like a product you buy? And you can set the terms of it or something? If you open an account in Athens, you can get lira from Turkey. Oh, Athens, yeah. So you go into the bank and you request the currency. So how do you make the yield? Oh, you deposit it in your account and they pay you the yield. That's like an old man's way of making money. Are you like a are you from Athens? Are you like a semi-god or a demigod? Are you like one of Hercules' kids? You're like 3,000 years old?
Our Mag 7 index, though, had an update. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up by...
You probably got like old Roman coins in your safe deposit box.
Gold down $27 the ounce. Spot gold down 7.
So you walk into the bank in Athens and you say, I want to buy 10,000 lira.
Bitcoin up 1.3%,
And then you deposit it in your account and they pay you yield on the difference of interest rate, correct? Is that right? Am I saying that right? It sounds interesting, to be honest with you. It sounds pretty low risk. Like, is it a 30-day cycle, or how's it work?
Well, sources tell Bloomberg Intel has approached Apple about securing an investment in the ailing chipmaker, all part of its efforts to bolster its business. Today, we did see Apple shares decline by 0.8%, but Intel, as that story broke...
Tell you what, man, if there's a way to leverage yourself, some dude's fucking figured it out, you know what I'm saying? That sounds like some pretty crazy stuff. Hey, can you even get ruples in Athens?
Charlie, thank you
Will they even
so
let you
much.
have it? I don't even think you can get ruples in the States anymore. Like if you wanted to order
Ready
it.
to wrap up here from Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum, but in the meantime, there is a global story that has definitely caught our attention today.
The U.S. plans to extend a $20 billion swap line to Argentina and is ready to buy the country's foreign bonds. It provides much-needed financial support to President Javier Milei.
Yeah, you can get a $2 bill. Yeah, they make them brand new still, dude. If you go into the bank, they'll order them for you if you want to like buy a bunch of them.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent put this out on a post on X.
I don't think they make, do they? I don't know if they make 50, they make 50-cent pieces still. They make coin dollars too. They make coin dollars.
He joins us from our Washington, D.C. Actually, you're at our
He's in the
Bloomberg
Interactive Brokers headquarters. Look,
Everybody's
he's right there.
moving around. Dan Flatley, it's good to have you here. So what do we know about this?
Thanks. Yeah, it's good to be here in New York. Obviously, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been here.
Damn, SM, it's 4:45 and we got 10 people hanging out with us. I'm proud of us.
Argentine President Javier Milei this evening at a gala event hosted by the Atlantic Council. Yesterday, he and President Trump met with Milei. I was actually at Milei's hotel waiting for him to come back to get some sense of what was happening here. And today, the secretary put out a pretty lengthy post on X explaining what the U.S. was prepared to do. But even so, there's still a lot of details to be sorted out, as you mentioned. So I think the main thing to note here is it's a big show of support from the Trump administration to Milei And a lot of it is premised on the hope that Milei and his party prevail in these upcoming elections at the end of October in Argentina. And so that's a little bit of a risky gamble because elections can go a lot of different ways, as we well know. So, there's a lot to come in the days and weeks ahead, but that's the state of play at the moment.
He's been facing mounting financial pressure in the 2.5 weeks since his party lost a key provincial election by a landslide. So it prompted investors to pull their money out of the country, fearful that Milei
He had $2.
support he needs to sustain his
I think because my gen is very new, one of the cashiers had to ask a manager.
I'm curious about the idea of
The cashier was probably pretty young,
an election. Is this
and she probably didn't even. She's probably never seen one. You know what I mean?
Is this a different world?
I got a couple in my drawer here. Like I used to play a lot of poker, and I used to save the odd looking bills when I'd win a pot with cash in it. In my honest opinion, Africa is the next currency market. Nigeria, Naira has remained the most volatile currency on the continent. Open an account there, it starts down 40% year to date. I'm in big time.
I was speaking with someone earlier, Brad Setzer at the Council of Foreign Relations, about
Trying to understand.
and we were talking about the
So you go to Nigeria,
corollary or situation in the mid-90s where
open an account,
that happened, to my understanding, after
and you put
Mexico,
euros in
had
it.
a government there set up, and it was a very sort of different situation. So intervening, one might say, before an election is certainly rare, unusual, maybe unprecedented. What it actually means for the Argentine government, for Milei's party, and for the
Yeah, I like it here too much. I'm not going to Africa. I'm not going anywhere.
There are folks in Argentina who are fans of Milei. There's an
Oh, you just exchange the money. You're just exchanging money based off the rates. Yeah, we used to do that all the time, and like when Canada and the States were really different.
what Milei is doing is
I didn't know you were just exchanging the money.
continue. So there is an argument potentially that some have made.
Yeah.
That it is good to kind of
Yeah, well, I'm from the border of Canada and New York, so like it used to be a big difference. It used to be, 20% difference. So you would cash in your American and get 15-20% more Canadian, and you go to Canada and you would buy stuff and it'd be cheaper. You know what I'm saying?
So, that we'll see how that goes.
But
That's so old, it's almost new again.
when I think about some of the conversations we've had, today, just finishing one.
That's why I didn't get it. It's so simple. It's so simple, any dummy should know.
Providing any kind of assistance.
So you automatically get 40% more of your money by exchanging it into Nigerian money.
Suspending or cutting military assistance for allies and foreign partners.
Tell them, give me 500K of Nigerian Naira, you will clean up. So what do? Just change it back? You change it back to euros like a week later, or?
Yeah, it's a fair point, and it's one that some on Capitol Hill have raised, and some others in the market. I'm thinking.
Shit, dude.
Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Try and walk out of a Nigerian bank with 500K in your pocket. Let's see how many blocks you make it. The tellers will be on the phone 2 steps as you get 2 steps out the door.
Bailout for Argentina. She has raised questions about why the Trump administration is extending this offer of support to the Argentine government when there are issues at home that need to be addressed.
You ever watch those TV shows where they try and gold mine in Africa, and the whole thing is just
what we've observed in terms of
it's just a hustle, man.
Milei, Trump, and Besant over the last several months. I actually went to Buenos Aires a few months ago to sort of cover Besant's trip there. I interviewed him there on the ground, and one of the words or phrases that he used was that Milei is a fellow traveler, quote unquote, in terms of the political and economic agenda that the Trump administration is following. And Milei has certainly played that up. There were rumors that he was going to bring that he's brandished a chainsaw.
All right, guys, I'm going to sign off for the night.
Making Argentina great again.
I'll keep the stream up until 5 o'clock, and we'll be here tomorrow morning to do it all over again. Everybody have a good night, and I appreciate it. It's better than crypto, yeah, because it's actually in your hands. I'll agree with you there, Icy Borg. Anything you can hold is real.
So interesting, I think, to see.
Well,
who's recommending it? What's happened there since, and now potential U.S. involvement?
I mean, this story in the
Narda
report
USD?
by,
All right.
by, U.S. economists, as you guys know,
Let me see if I can find it.
Washington propping up.
What do you want me to just Google it, or does Ninja Trader doesn't have charts like that, does it?
With its IMF programs, and let's not forget they defaulted on sovereign debt 3 times since 2001. So this is an interesting story, and I'm assuming we'll hear more from various market watchers and investors on this one. Dan, thank you so much.
Holy shit, 100. Look at this.
Details. Dan Flatley is Bloomberg News U.S. Treasury.
7 cents will buy you 100.
Now, joining us from our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio.
Naira.
He's usually in Washington.
Who am I? Where
67 cents gets you a cool G note.
Yeah,
Just
we
like
are.
Eloise.
I love the plaza. I've had tea here. It's lovely. All right, this is Bloomberg.
That's crazy. 67 cents gets you 1,000. So what are you hoping? Like when you trade back your 1,000, are you hoping it's going to be like 70 cents US or something? Like how much percent are you looking to make? Damn money changers. You want to go to Japan? I think that'd be interesting. I think Japan, I was in Korea when I was in the army, South Korea. For about 1.5 years. The SOPAS. Yeah. That's Sam, you're... The ladies of the night, yeah. That's what I hear. They're real professionals. Oh, shit. Study African currencies and watch for trends. We ought to make something in the Discord for that. That sounds really interesting, to be honest with you. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off. Got a couple things to clean up at work, and I'm going to eat. I'll see you guys in the morning tomorrow. No, I know it's real. I know exactly what you're talking about. It sounds interesting. All right, IC Borg, brother. I'll see you tomorrow if you stop by. I'll be here at 8. We'll talk more about currencies. Talk more about currencies tomorrow, my friend. All right, you guys have a good night.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're getting to wrap up on this Wednesday. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec. We're live at the Plaza at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum. I'm just looking at the most read stories on the Bloomberg in the past 60 minutes. Intel said to seek Apple investment as part of a comeback bid. And then you also have a story about Wall Street kind of saying time out as the rally wanes. And we certainly saw that play out. But nonetheless, a lot of stories, global and other, keeping us busy
on this Wednesday.
I'm Tim Stenovec along with Carol Masser. We're joined by Bloomberg TV Markets correspondent Nora Melinda. Nora, what is on your radar this afternoon?
Well, Carol pointed out a really big story that we've really been watching here after market close on this Wednesday. Intel said to seek an Apple investment as part of its comeback bid. Of course, we know the U.S. just weeks ago announcing that it was going to have about 10% stake here in the company. Intel was just really just trying to grapple with all the challenges that it's been facing as it really intends to compete with a lot of the companies out there that are really betting on AI. Not seeing too much activity here in shares of Intel, that's ticker INTC, or Apple AAPL in the after hours trade, but we're gonna have to hang in there and see what happens at market open tomorrow morning. But quickly wanted to get over into shares of Planet Fitness. Let's look at some names that are in the green and ended in the green after the closing bell today. Also looking at
so let's get to Planet Fitness in a second. Sorry, Nora, to jump in. The Intel story is just so interesting. I wanted to stick on that for just a minute because we did get to speak a little bit about this. It did end up closing higher by 6.4% today after that news came out from our Bloomberg team, Ryan Gould and Leanna Baker as well. I think what I find so interesting about this, Nora, is like, why would Apple make an investment such as this? And Ryan was on our program and he made the point, Tim Cook made this commitment at the White House that the company would invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the United States, and this could potentially be part of that investment.
Absolutely.
Potentially.
I mean, absolutely. I think that we're going to have to see if this is a part of it. But I mean, the fact that he laid out that prior, and then we're just thinking about everyone really wanting to bet on homegrown manufacturing here as we're trying to beef up all of our AI progress here. I mean, you're really seeing a lot of different entities coming and rallying behind Intel, and you're definitely seeing Wall Street starting to pour some cash into the company. So we'll have to see how this deal in particular progresses and what this relationship would potentially look like between Apple and Intel.
Well, it's interesting. It's funny, too, when we look up at Intel, you look at the HDS function on the Bloomberg, which has to do with investors' holdings. Who have the biggest? Well, it's BlackRock and Vanguard, 1 and 2, but United States of America, that's the number 3. So biggest investor in Intel. Hey, speaking about the government investing into companies, I want to jump ahead to Lithium Americas, ticker LAC. That is something that we've been talking about. This one took off like a rocket.
Did take off like a rocket, as you're calling out there, ended 95% higher at the closing bell. I'm just blown away by that percentage right now. So this is a Vancouver-based lithium manufacturer. It focuses on batteries and other things of the sort. It's about $1.4 billion in market cap, but made some big moves here as we saw at the closing bell. As you mentioned, we've been talking about stakes and the government taking stakes in multiple companies here. So the Trump administration is pursuing a stake here in this company. This happened during a renegotiation of a $2.3 billion loan that was extended from the Department of Energy here. So as we really think about the government putting its presence and taking stakes in multiple companies is a perfect read through there from Intel and now over here to Lithium Americas. Lots to keep an eye on here.
Okay. What else you got your eye on this afternoon? You said lots to keep your eye on. We're going to get a 4th from you, I think.
Yes.
Which means it's a special day.
Special
Sometimes
day.
we only have 3. What's the 4th?
Well, ending on a green note, on a good note here. AAR Corp. This is an aerospace and defense company in that sector there. So essentially, it is a provider of a lot of the aviation services and manufacturing there. It's about $3 billion based in Illinois here, but it boosted its organic sales growth outlook after posting first quarter results that topped expectations. So coming out of those results that beat what the market was expecting here, it's saying, hey, we have a better outlook ahead when we think about sales growth here for the company. 100% of Wall Street is saying buy. That's according to the ANR page that we have here on the Bloomberg terminal. About 5 analysts saying to buy the stock.
All right, good to know. Really appreciate that. That is Nora Melinda joining us with some of the stocks on the move. They are all part of our Stock Movers podcast, and you can check out more episodes. They are 5-minute episodes, biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Is that a wrap?
I think that's almost a wrap.
Not quite. It's been an amazing afternoon at the Bloomberg
What are you thinking about some of the
Global Forum
conversations
2025
that we had?
Listen, a good reminder that while the rest of the world is focused on climate change, we're not necessarily focused on that here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Look, who knows what the right answer is here. The U.S. certainly has one view right now, and it doesn't necessarily match the rest of the developed world. But a reminder that just because that's what's happening at the top when it comes to politics in this country doesn't mean that folks like, the folks here in New York City aren't working on it right now.
Yeah, and I also think, when it comes to sustainable energy, we're hearing increasingly that financially it makes sense, right? At one point, alternative forms of energy a little bit more expensive, but it's not necessarily the case anymore. And so folks are saying if it financially makes sense, companies are going to do it. Organizations are going to do it, like embrace it and help increasingly with the build out.
Also, just a reminder how cool UN General Assembly Week is here in New York City. I walked into the hotel on our way to the set, and it's like you just see different groups of people from pretty much every country in the world. It's like I walked past the delegation from Botswana, and then I was getting a drink, and the delegation from Peru was right there as well. In fact, having a conversation with our own Sebastian Escobar earlier today. It was pretty cool.
Same thing to get on the subway. It's folks from all around the world. I love doing that. All right, we love doing this as well. Thank you so much for watching. If you missed any conversations, you can find it on the Bloomberg or at Bloomberg.com. That's going to do